Are we going to wait for everybody moving forward? Well, I responded with a question.
Okay, let's begin. Good evening. Welcome to the Village of Waukesha. This is the Village Board meeting of Thursday, July 23rd, 2020 at 6 p.m. We are actually starting at about 6:04 p.m. We've been called to order. Would you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Did you push the button?
What's that?
Did we push the button? Yes. Okay. I wasn't watching, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, I'll take the calling of the roll. Trustee Durr.
Here.
Trustee Stigler.
Here.
Trustee German.
Here.
And I, President Fisher, am present. Trustee Kolinsky is en route, expected to arrive soon. Item 4 is open meeting law compliance check. The agenda was posted on the 3 village notice boards, the village website, and distributed to all news media requesting requesting notification in accordance with the open meeting laws on July 21st, 2020. Upon information, belief that is an accurate and correct statement. Item 5 is announced closed session. You are hereby notified that the Village Board of the Village of Waukesha will convene and may, upon motion duly made and seconded and acted upon by roll call vote as required under Wisconsin Stats 19.851G, go into closed session. During the course of the meeting, Village Board members may attend the closed session. The purpose of the closed session will be as follows: considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, specifically to consider the termination agreement of the employment memorandum of understanding between the clerk treasurer and the Village of Waukesha. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
I'll move to go into closed session. I'll second it.
Okay, the motion has been made by Trustee Stigler, seconded by Trustee German to go into closed session. Roll call vote. Trustee German?
Aye.
Trustee Stigler?
Aye.
Trustee Durr?
Aye.
And President Fisher, I vote aye as well. So we will now go into closed session. The only thing I would ask of you is we have 2 alternatives, and again, the pleasure of the board. We can, as we would regularly do, go into the office area here in relatively small space, attempt to keep as much distance between ourselves as we possibly can, or we could conceivably ask people to leave the room and continue here. Is there a pleasure? Is there pleasure of the members of the board as to what to do or where to convene? Are you okay going into the smaller room?
I'm okay going.
Anybody object to that?
I'm okay also.
No different than we've done before.
You're good with that? Attorney Macy, any issue with that?
No.
Okay, then we are in a closed session at 6:07 p.m. Okay, we are back in session, open session at 6:21 PM. I have a motion to offer, and the motion would be to approve the termination agreement of the memorandum of understanding dated 26th day of July of 2018 between the town board of the town of Waukesha and clerk treasurer Kathy Nicholas, and I so move. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion?
Mr. President, could we also note that trustee Kalinsky's here at 6:22?
I beg your pardon, well stated. Trustee Kalinsky arrived and joined the closed session portion of the meeting at approximately 6:15 PM. Is that close enough for everybody?
That's fair.
Okay, that's what we're going to go with. Thank you for that. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Then we'll do this by roll call vote. Trustee Stigler,
Aye.
Trustee Durr,
Aye.
Trustee Kalinsky,
Aye.
Trustee German,
Aye.
and President Fisher. I vote aye as well, so that passes 5-0. Discussion and, announce closed session number 2. You are hereby notified that the village board of the village of Waukesha will convene and may, upon motion duly made and seconded and acted upon by roll call vote as required under Wisconsin Stats 19.851G, go into closed session during the course of the meeting. Village board members may attend the closed session. The purpose of the closed session will be as follows: considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, specifically to discuss applicants for interim clerk treasurer and deputy clerk treasurer. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, the motion was made by trustee German, seconded by trustee Kalinsky to go into closed session. We'll do this by roll call. Trustee Kalinsky.
Aye.
Trustee German.
Aye.
Trustee Durr.
Aye.
Trustee Stigler.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. That passes unanimously. We are back in closed session at 6:25 PM. We will be back out as soon as possible and resume the rest of the meeting. Okay, we are back in open session at 6:42 p.m. We were on item 7, which was the second closed session, which the village board just completed. So we're now on 7D into open session. Item 8 is discussion and possible action on items discussed in closed session. There is no further discussion to be had in open session. There's no action, no formal action to be taken, but I'll disseminate just a bit of information in terms of kind of a real quick report. The Village of Waukesha has received multiple applications and resumes from individuals who are interested in the positions of interim clerk treasurer and interim deputy clerk treasurer. The village board reviewed those applications and resumes. We shortlisted to several candidates who we intend to interview for the position of interim clerk treasurer. We have set up a schedule. These will be announced. They will be publicly announced meetings, but the board will go into closed session for discussion purposes. The first meeting will be on Friday, July 31st, starting at 4 p.m. in the afternoon. We will receive additional applications for the position of interim clerk treasurer up until that point in time at 4 p.m. If we receive additional applications at that point in time, the village board will decide whether or not to interview those candidates. The interviews for the applicants or candidates for the position of interim clerk treasurer will take place on Monday, August 3rd. That meeting will begin at 6 p.m. I believe we agreed to that evening. Those interviews will be scheduled. They'll be half-hour interviews. They will be scheduled 45 minutes apart. So the bottom line on that, if there are people who are interested in applying for that position of interim clerk treasurer, you got to have a window of opportunity to do that up until 4 p.m. on Friday, the 31st of July. So that's the schedule going forward. Anybody else from the board have anything else? Did I appropriately summarize that? Okay. Then if there nothing more, we'll continue with our schedule and thank all of you who give us the opportunity to get through that. Item 8 is communication with village residents. I think I did the most important part of that. Does anybody else have anything that you would care to add to that? If not, we'll move on then to item 10 would be citizens' comments. And before we proceed, just a comment or two. We do have a public microphone here on the microphone stand. You're welcome to use that. Tom, over by you, are those sanitary wipes or something over there? Is that what's in the box there? Or do you know? Putting him on the spot here.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
I don't know how sanitary they are. Disinfecting wipes, correct.
Well, all right, that sounds like the magic word. Why don't you do me a favor? Would you just pick those up and just put them over on the projection table there? Okay, so this is what we're going to do. If you are comfortable using that public microphone, you can do it. You can sanitize it yourself before or after you speak. If you're not comfortable doing that, we can try one other thing. You can even stay where you are. If you want to try to call in, I'll give you a cell phone number. I think we can put it to a microphone here. I guess the third alternative is you're going to have to kind of shout because we want to capture what you have to say. So those are the three things. We're doing our best here to try to keep everybody safe and healthy. So with that said, where we want to proceed, citizens' comments, who would like to go first? Are you gonna shout?
I'm just gonna shout at you.
All right, shout as loud as you can. Name and address. Shout at us, please.
Betty Paget, South 57 West 226 sign, the building sign, and DPW trucks. I know that there is an ongoing, court case between us and the city of Waukesha. I think it's a little premature to be changing the building sign and all of that until we know what the outcome of that case will be. And the other one I wish to discuss is number 18 or 14, the change of office hours from 8 to 4:30, which means the clerk would be putting in a 40-hour week and any other person in the office, and any time that she has to put in for meetings like this or other meetings held after office hours are going to be overtime. Also, if someone is in the office alone, which happens, they will be using overtime because 8 to 4:30 is 40-hour weeks. So if you have to consider the town is going to be paying overtime, I think that's a waste.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who else? Do we have shouters, microphone people?
Microphone.
Fair enough. Name and address, please.
Faye Emerson. I live at West 270 South 3565 Oak Knoll Drive. And just so you know, I ran out of clean masks today. This means clean boats, clean waters. It's nothing political. I do boater education on aquatic invasive species and sometimes go to a launch and do education. So that's what that means. I have come here tonight to speak in opposition of item 13D on your agenda. That's the trees and shrubbery hanging and growing over property lines. I find this very problematic and also arbitrary. The recommendation is that property owners with trees or shrubbery hanging onto adjacent properties are required to trim and cut as needed, whatever that means, their trees and shrubbery hanging over the property line, including all cleanup, and then it goes to who pays for what. I think this matter is a civil matter, and that the unit of government or any municipality shouldn't get involved in these kind of, I think, neighborhood disputes. I don't have any myself. I love my neighbors. We talk. We get things done in our neighborhood. But I just don't think that this is a proper action that a unit of government should do. I know that as a employee for the unit of government, you want to solve problems, particularly with your constituents. And when these matters come, you want to find some resolution. And I think the resolution is through the courts, that it is a civil matter alone. So I am asking you, to me, we have better things in this community to deal with. We have a public health crisis going on. We have some economic things that are going to happen. I think that we need to help our community with, not trees and shrubs hanging over property lines. I looked over your weed ordinance, and I guess I do have a recommendation that you refer to NR 40 in the administrative code that deals with what is an invasive species and list those in your code rather than some arbitrary species. You can refer to NR 40, which has listing of invasive species and plants and animals that are considered prohibited and restricted species. So if the weed commissioner wants to go out and cite some property owner for an invasive species, there is a state list that can be used to regulate that. Thank you for your attention, and I hope that you reject the ordinance as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Who else would like to address the board? Again, if you'd like to avail yourself of one of those disinfectant wipes, you're welcome to do so.
I think I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
Good
Go ahead.
evening again. I was here last week, I'm sure most of you remember, in support of your tree ordinance that you are considering. As someone who's affected by a large, dead, and dangerous tree hanging over my property with no resolution by the property owner, I'm hopeful.
Name and address, please. I'm going to be rude and interrupt.
Sorry, yes, I forgot
That's
that.
fine.
Chad Venditti, S35W27650, Village Waukesha.
Thank you.
So I won't go into what I said last week. I'm sure many of you remember, but I'm hopeful and have faith in this village board that you will effectively and quickly address this issue so I can use part of my property again and without fear of being injured or killed. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, gentlemen. Mike Borchert, West 231, South 5205, Hunters Hollow. Just a quick reference here. On tonight's agenda, item 13D, discussion and possible action of an ordinance concerning trees hanging over property lines. We don't have a specific ordinance that addresses it. We do have an ordinance called section 14-29 called trimming, and it refers to trees and shrubberies going over to public property lines. So my suggestion would be to maybe add to that existing ordinance a different paragraph that would cover the private properties instead of just creating a whole brand-new ordinance. My suggestion is for the board members to review or look at section 14-920 or 14-29 and trimming. And obviously, you're going to have to consult with our attorney, but there's a starting point here to work with. And just a matter of probably changing some wording or adjustments in that respect, and I think we'll have it covered then. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Who's next? Thought you were coming to speak. Not so much, huh?
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Good evening, Sandy Hom, West 230, South 3827, Milky Way Road. I have to agree with the other commenters on the correction stickers and the signs for the building and the trucks and everything. It just seems premature, and I do think there are other things to be worried about. As far as the tree ordinance goes, I'd like to hear from the attorney. I think the state law is rather clear on this. I've read it, multiple references to it, and it seems that, for regular, and it states regular trees, not diseased trees or whatever, but regular trees, if they're over your property line, you can cut them. And if they're not, and you can't go on the other person's property. So I don't understand why we're creating a new ordinance for something there probably is in place that can be used. And the last item is item 13C. And I would encourage you to release the ditch bond for Sarah Carson's. I've investigated this situation, and it seems like it is being unfairly withheld. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. Who's next?
Mike Borchert, just a comment regarding Mr. Ham's comments. Yes, we do have a state statute for that, but residents are not aware of it. Residents would be looking at a code or ordinance on the village website before they even think about looking at it per state statute. And yes, you can use the state statute or part of it or all entirety. It's a little more complicated than just cutting trees over the property line. Depends upon how much you're cutting, whether it's a fruit tree or something like that. So those are the issues we need to address. But we do need to have something in the Village of Waukesha ordinances for people to refer to so that we can help them with these situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Did we get to the bashful people now, or are we done? Name and address, please.
Robert Gruel, S22 W25519 Harris Island Drive. I have a problem with the neighbor 2 houses up. I've filed complaints about having a sub pump that runs 24/7. State statute says it's supposed to be off the property line by 15 feet. He allegedly moved it back, I don't know. But I still have water coming down. I got video of it. My tractor lawnmower got stuck in the yard because the ground's so saturated in the ditch. Just, it's getting to the point where I'm gonna possibly look at legal actions because I've had the town come out, I think, one time and take a look at it, and that was about 2 years ago. I've called your office and left messages, you never call back. And, what are we gonna do? I pay taxes, not just to have my driveway plowed in the wintertime and have my garbage picked up. There is a underground pipe system that was put in probably 40 years ago by Man and Putz for this reason. And the persons that bought the house from another couple, we got high water table and they're not connected to it. So I guess, well, I've never been to one of these before, so what goes on next?
Okay, well, thank you. We appreciate, and we'll chase that down. Appreciate your coming out tonight and appreciate your continuing expression of concern. So
Do you want to look at the
we'll get
video
back to you.
to see, because I've got pictures from 3
Not at
years
this
now.
point. I will talk with you tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
We'll see if we can move forward. Not tonight, but we do appreciate your coming out and calling that to our attention again.
All right,
okay?
thank you. All right.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Who's next? Okay, if there's nobody more for citizens' comments, we'll move on to item 11 on the agenda, which is the minutes of the meeting of June 25th, 2020. Those are in your packet. I believe if you look at that trustee Durr, trustee Stigler, and I were present at that meeting. I think trustee Kalinsky and German were absent, so any action on that would be by the 3 of us who were present. You had an opportunity to review the minutes. I will move to approve the minutes of the meeting of June 25th, 2020 of the village board, and I so move. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, I made the motion, seconded by trustee Stigler. Any further discussion on those minutes? If not, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. And abstentions?
Abstain.
So that passes 3 in favor, 2 abstentions by trustees German and Kalinsky, who were not at that meeting. We're going to go ahead with reports here quickly in a minute. Before we do that, is there a representative from Waukesha County who is here yet this evening? There is indeed. I'm going to ask, Bob, would you do just a favor here, because I think she may be making a presentation. Can you or somebody, can we just wheel that cabinet kind of a little bit into the free space here, that she can, just for expediency, can kind of start to set up while we continue on? I mean, just pull it out 3-4 feet this way or something, just away from the microphone. This is an example of how your village board is multitasking, right? Thank you.
Trustee Stigler, do you want to get the polls on all these stuff?
Yeah, just roll that away.
There's a poll laying on the floor.
So,
You couldn't have seen it from your position. Well, she uses it to pull the, yeah, give it to the officer in the back.
if you want, whenever you're comfortable, you want to go and set up, that's up to you. Okay, reports, clerk treasurer, I believe you have a written report in your packets. Sure. I think I'm correct on that, or it was on the desk, I think. Am I not correct on that?
We do.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that?
I have some comments about the non-compliance issues. We've had a number of people come before us over the last couple of meetings about some long ongoing issues. I'd like to start with the issue which is listed on the noncompliance report on Genesee Road. Michael Newberger, S39 W27843 Genesee Road. I'm curious to know if exactly how the fines are accumulating, if that is daily or if it's only when people are reporting, or I want to keep this one moving because there was great interest from the community at the last meeting that this has been largely overlooked for some time. So do we know how fines are accumulating on that?
I don't know definitively. We can find out, but I'm assuming as long as the camper is there, it would be daily, I'm assuming, but I don't know the answer to that definitively.
Would the clerk know?
Don't know.
Can we ask her?
Sure.
How would we do that?
Call her on the phone.
Sure.
Let's do that. You want to dial her up or you want me to do it? I can do it.
According to our
Oh,
attorney,
she's here.
according
Well,
to
you
our
knew she
attorney,
was here.
They can't say if it's been sitting there the whole time, or the person's been living in it the whole time, unless we have, proof that a person is living in it throughout the whole.
No, my question is, and she's saying that we can't prove that they were living in it the whole time. My question is, like, from here forward, are the fines daily, or is it only as people are providing information, or how is this being handled moving forward?
Let's see if the officer has any familiarity with the citation. If not, that's fine.
I don't, I'd have to check with
Okay, thank you. Kathy, to the best of your knowledge, were the tickets issued for each and every day that a violation occurs? There's two ways a ticket can be written. It can be for the day, or it could be starting from a day and each day that the violation occurs.
So it's $50 to $1,000 a day, as it,
Each day that the violation occurs.
So the.
It is potentially each day, but it's only those days we can prove. That's the best answer we can give you. So if it went to trial, the witnesses would get on the stand and say, we have this evidence on Monday night, this evidence on Thursday night, this evidence, and give
Okay,
a
so
specific date.
really what we need to do is we need to communicate to people that showed great concern that it would be in their best interest to provide us daily proof, or proof as much as they want, so that we can assess a fine each day they provide proof.
To be specific, and the officer can correct me if I'm wrong, it would be best if the complainants work with the officer to develop what evidence the officers
Okay.
believe is necessary. So instead of calling Kathy or they should have direct contact with the issuing officer. Deputy, would you agree with that? They're going to be our witnesses if they're the ones who are going to testify. So would your office want to talk to those people?
Yes. Okay, that's fine, I just want to make sure that we communicate back with, there was half a dozen people here that had significant interest in this case, and I don't want it to fall off. So as this moves forward, what is the next step? Let's say we put in 4 fines a week, just for practical purposes. How long will this go on before we get to the next step?
until he gains compliance.
Well,
Once he gains compliance, then we can,
that's one answer.
forward on a track.
Well, let me ask the attorney, what's the next step?
Well, the ticket was issued for a specific date, so I don't know if they've entered a plea of no contest or guilty or not guilty. We can't wait the judge will set it for trial. If they entered a plea of not guilty, the judge will set it for a pretrial and then he'll set it for a trial.
Okay, so let me ask this question this way. Can we get a written report of the status of this case and what the next steps are? I would ask that of the clerk. Can she provide that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's one issue. Another issue that I had was, I can't think of the other one, I had a couple of them. At the last town board meeting, we moved to we made a motion and moved forward with a long form for the property at W262S3333 Ridge Road for Julio Adrian Sandoval Reglado. Where is that at, Counselor?
The clerk's office is putting the file together. I can't commence a litigation until I have the file.
Okay,
So, at last Friday's meeting, I talked to the clerk, and she said she was working on it and would try to give it some sort of priority with everything else she has
Okay.
to get done, but I can't bring the action until we've reviewed the entire file.
okay, I'll talk to her about that and then provide them an update. And then also, I see that we now have,
Wait, Kathy, you would agree with that? That's where we're at.
Yep.
We're
Okay.
not trying to stall it. We got our direction from the board.
Yep.
There's nothing more the board needs to do. We just now gotta get all our facts together.
yep, very good. I mean, I'm getting 3-4 emails a week from these folks, and I just want to make sure that I can give them some kind of update.
I can give you a quick update on the property that they are parking on in the city. Now, he has parked his truck on the city property. I have contacted Freighter. They did have someone out there and found the tracks and the leaking fuel puddle, so they were contacting the owner.
The other thing, for what it is worth, the day after that was discussed here, I contacted the village engineer, Christianelli from Ruckert and Melky. They dispatched somebody on the afternoon, on that Friday afternoon, within 24 hours, regarding any concern about the lubricant that was dumped or spilled. I think board members might have seen communication that came back regarding that site visit.
And I requested of the clerk, and I'm confident that she did, made a call to the DNR.
Correct, I filled out the DNR form, they did send a field agent out there.
Okay, thank you. Anybody got anything else on that one in particular? Otherwise, I'll move on. No. Then finally, I see that we have a report of outstanding non-compliant complaints, and appreciate that. I've asked for it for some time. Some of these are getting really old, going back to April of 2019. Are we doing anything with these, or? I mean, I think that would be in your camp, right? Because
I guess I haven't seen a copy of the list, but I'll take a look at it and the ones that are
you didn't
appropriate.
produce this?
Did I? No,
Oh, you didn't?
I did not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I assumed that you did because I've asked you for it for the last couple of
No,
meetings.
that's not my work, so I
Oh.
mean, I'll be happy to work through that.
Well, then let
I
me
never
ask you
did.
to it this way. A month ago, when we reviewed noncompliance, you committed to having that report put together for tonight. Do we have any noncompliance issues that are pending that are not on this report?
Without seeing the report, I can't tell you. I don't know.
Well, no, on the noncompliance report.
Oh,
Right now, on the noncompliance report, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 issues.
sure, I know of at least one that was passed along recently, and that's for property on Genesee Road. I don't know the status on that. I know that Kathy knows, I know that. I know a couple that are pending that I'll be releasing shortly. Beyond that, I don't know.
Oh, well, do you have on that pending list, do you have the 2 gentlemen that spoke tonight? The gentleman for the trees on Country Club, right? Yes. I don't remember your name. And the gentleman on Harris Highland, are those part of,
I guess look at the list. Are
not
they
this
on there?
list, on your report? See, the issues that are with you that are not yet signed for,
I am aware of the issue with Mr. Vendetti, talking to him at some period of time, and we're going to talk about that. He had, I presume, some length tonight, and Counselor's going to talk to us about that issue. And as I indicated to Mr. Gruhl, I believe I will follow up with him tomorrow.
so do you have an intention of fulfilling what I've asked for that you committed to the last 2 times I asked for it?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay.
So when do you think that you can commit to, I mean, you had previously committed to having it
I will
prepared
move.
tonight.
I will move on it as quickly as I can, and quickly and reasonably as I can. okay?
Could
And I
you,
believe
could you
there are
commit
some
to a
things
date on that?
I believe there are some things on the list there, but it's been my determination that they are not appropriate or worthy of passing them along for further investigation. I'll be happy to share those with you, okay?
So a complaint made on Acadian Avenue on April 17th of 2019 where there's 5 outbuildings on a combine that exceeds the allowable square footage? You don't think that that's worthy of pursuing?
That was already looked at by, I believe, by the planner and the building inspector, and their determination was that that was likely non-conforming use that predated the ordinance, so that's already been addressed.
Okay, and then we have another on 4/17 of 2019. A different address on Arcadian, 2 large outbuildings exceeding maximum allowable, has refuge, old boats, junk scattered around the property. Does that?
I believe, is that Mr. Welters?
I don't have a name on it, I'm sorry.
Well, you should. I believe it's Mr. Welters. There was a complaint about that. He cleaned that up with regard to the buildings. Again, I believe it was the planner and or the building inspector's determination that those outbuildings likely predated any ordinance, so they would be existing non-conforming uses. So there would be nothing to proceed with on that.
Okay. On Oakdale Drive, an appearance of land and barn have safety concerns, barn falling down, grass and weed growth too high. That's from June 19th of 2019.
Right.
Why don't we just ask the president for an update by the next meeting?
Well, I've done
Go
that,
through each one.
going back to February, and that hasn't worked. I made the first request at February,
Well,
and then I asked again a month ago. I mean, I'd prefer to do that. That'd be great.
Be happy to work through that list and give you a report on each one of them if you would like. I would be more than happy to do that. Okay?
Well,
So can we move on?
it's hard to believe since it's been going on since
Well,
February.
I'll try to make a believer out of you, okay? Let that be my challenge. I'll try to make you a believer.
When we're sitting here in a month, then you'll understand why I continue to not believe.
Well, I'll try to move the world for you.
Don't need you to move the
Okay,
world.
next.
I just need you to move the non-compliance complaints that I get because they're not being addressed. That's all I need you to do. Don't need you to move the world. It's not my
Okay.
request.
All right. Next, do you have any other concerns or questions about the clerk treasurer's report?
I do not.
Okay. Anybody else? Clerk treasurer's report. Then we will move on. Fire department. Chief, you have a report for us this evening?
Good evening. Run summary for June was 44 ambulance requests, 7 motor vehicle accidents, 12 fire responses. Mutual aid was given 7 times, and mutual aid was received 17 times. 2 new members joined the department in June. We have 40 active members, 2 members on leave of absence, secretary treasurer, 3 high school cadets. We are maintaining COVID protocol, sanitizing regularly and maintaining good hygiene and protective gear. We participated in 1 fire prevention, fire safety parade in June, and our inspections remain essentially on hold. I think they're going to start again here in July, but we've been urged to postpone them until now. And our committee discussed the pancake breakfast for this year, and we are trying to move forward with a possible drive-through event, so the details of that will be forthcoming, but that's our goal for this year.
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you. Any questions of the chief? Okay. Public Works, our Director of Public Works, Jerry Noli, is not here this evening. Talked to him this afternoon. He has 2 reasons for not being here. They are personal. I need not share them with the group, but they are legitimate personal reasons why he's not here. That said, you do have a written report, I believe, from the Department of Public Works dated July 15th, 2020. One other thing, he did report to me that the new backhoe that I'm going to say the town purchased it, but the village received it. That was delivered yesterday. So we have a new backhoe. Our old backhoe, I believe, is 1996 vintage. It's been a good workhorse, but its best days are behind it. So he wanted me to share with you that the new backhoe has arrived. Any questions about his report? I'm not sure whether anybody can answer them, but any questions about his report? If not, Sheriff's Department report. I see all kinds of people back there in uniform. Somebody from the Sheriff's Department is one of them.
Yes.
You want to shout, or you want the microphone, or what would you like?
I'll shout from here. I'll just give an update in regards to our June stats with the contract FP. Sorry, I'm Captain Aaron Bogey with the Sheriff's Office. Total calls for service, we had 20 shifts covered in the contract in the month of June. Calls for service were 73, building checks and open doors were 35. Assist fire and EMS calls were 13, 29 traffic stops completed, 1 community program contact, 1 accident within the contract hours, and 7 citations issued. Highlights in the contract, extra patrols have been completed in the area of Genesee Road and St. Paul in response to a citizen's complaint regarding racing in the area. We also have recently received another complaint for speeders on Oakdale Drive, so we'll be addressing that as we move forward. Other things moving forward to for July and August, bypass will continue to be an area of concern for speed enforcement. Contract FD will be continue to check local businesses during and after hours of operation, and also regular patrols through neighborhoods. Traffic enforcement will be increasing as there's an increased volume of traffic. 164 in Lonsdale with the construction down there has been an issue, and our department is in communication with DOT for better signage and traffic patterns as that moves forward with the construction.
Thank you. Any questions of Captain Bogey? Thank you for your report. Finally, Weed Commissioner, I know we've got a written report from you, Mr. Borchard. Do you want to address it or leave it at the written report?
Just asking if any of the board members have any questions. I will say one thing, since the report was submitted, 5 additional complaints have been filed, so it seems like we take 1 step forward and 2 steps backwards. Any questions for any of the board members?
We won't belabor it. Thank you.
Okay. If you do have any questions outside of the meeting, please feel free to call. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of item 12, reports. Item 13, discussion and possible action. Item 13A is discussion and possible action on a sign request for Freightert at the following location: Infinity Fields, W234 S3555 Les Paul Parkway. And this agenda item will start with an apology. I believe Mr. Malarkey is in our presence again this evening. He was here at our last meeting, and we made an innocent oversight. This should have had been on the agenda at that meeting. It didn't make it on the agenda, so he's back tonight. Had it been on the agenda, town village planner Sean Malarkey would have introduced it at that point in time. He's not here tonight because this is a singular item, but I know you've got abundance of information in the packet. Would you mind coming forward just for a quick minute, and you can kind of self-introduce this? Again, we have multiple pages of this, but why don't you self-introduce, if you would please. Give us your name again, and my apologies that you're here this evening.
Yep, no problem. My name is Matt Malarkey. I'm here representing Freightert in the Medical College of Wisconsin, specifically regarding a sports rehab clinic at West 234, South 355. Excuse me. With this clinic, we've partnered up with NX Level, who's currently at that address, and we would like to change some of the signage leading up to the building. And there are 3 signs. One is a replacement of a face on the monument sign adjacent to Les Paul Parkway. Second is a post sign as you pull into the parking lot. Then the third is a pan sign onto the building.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of the village board? While they're looking through that, just a quick moment of levity here to lighten the mood a bit. At the last meeting, it occurred to us that our village planner is Sean Malarkey, M-U-L-A-R-K-E-Y, single L. And this gentleman in front of us tonight and at the last meeting is Mr. Malarkey, M-U-L-L-A-R-K-E-Y. Did I do that correctly? So
Yes.
We had a little bit of fun. We've never had double Malarkey in the village hall here ever before. So thanks for being a good sport.
Sure.
That was a little time saver while everybody's looking at it. We're filling space, right?
I'll make a motion to approve. I'll make a motion to approve the sign request for Freighter MCW Next Level.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion was made by trustee Durr, seconded by trustee German. Further discussion or further questions of the applicant? If not, if you're prepared to vote, all in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you for bearing with us.
Yep, thank you very much.
Okay. Item B, 13B, is discussion and possible action on request by Waukesha County concerning the village of Waukesha taking jurisdiction of former County Trunk Highway TT remnants. That's Merrill Hills Road. We have a presentation tonight. This has been in discussion in various forms for many years because this pertains to the construction of the Waukesha West or West Waukesha bypass. Without further ado to that, I believe Karen Brown is here from Waukesha County, and if you've seen her presentation here, it promises to be impressive. So there's your introduction. We got a little bit of a electronic glitch, do we? No power? Okay. Yeah,
She
you
has.
can see if she wants to do that.
You plugged in? Is it plugged in solid there?
Yeah.
Do we know if that plug works?
Appears to be so. Yeah, I had my phone in it before. I believe
Okay.
it was working.
You know this better than I do.
To keep things moving, we'll give them a minute or two here, but if not, we'll move along. Sarah Karsten's here this evening for the next agenda item. Why don't you hold on just 1 minute, but if we don't get going, we'll move ahead. So hang on a second, please.
Why don't you go? Everyone was some pressure.
Why don't you come on up? We'll go, unless anybody objects, we'll double back, but we got a lot of people here. Let's keep moving to item 13C, which is discussion and possible action on a release of the ditch bond for Sarah Karstens. Welcome. You want to make a quick presentation? We do have information in our packets. You want to make a quick presentation to us, please?
So my name is Sarah Karstens. My address, if you need it, is S37W23155 Moyer Way. And we are trying to see if there can be an exception made for us to be able to get our bond money back for our reimbursement. So in general, we definitely try to follow the rules, file for permits like our ongoing basement. So for this, we took out a bond when we started building our house. We did try to get the bond back. We had several attempts to. The first one, we planted our grass. We had the inspector come out. We were told that well, first our garden had to be put in, which we didn't realize. So then the second attempt, I guess, was the address tiles can't be on the mailbox. We were told that they need to be out of the road right of way. Then we decided to come and get a address flag, figuring that would just be easier and it would also help with the fire department, because where our address is, when you come down the street, truly if we had something on the mailbox, it's actually going to probably help the fire department versus where the code is and it's off of the street. They may or may not see it since we don't really have any lights. So we did try to get an address flag in July of 2019, and we were told that the town was looking into becoming a village soon, so we were advised to wait on ordering an address flag because they would be changing and then we would have to purchase multiple of them. So we waited. Then we did have them come out again. Well, the ground, I guess, kind of froze over quickly last fall, if you remember. It got cold in November. So in spring, when we had the town inspector come to check our basement for that permit, we had him also look into this bond, and he signed off on it, but then we got a letter saying that we weren't in compliance because it was over 2 years. So I totally take responsibility. I did not realize that there was a sense of urgency for 2 years. It would be helpful for there to be more information on it, but in general, with the multiple repeated times that we've tried to get it, wondering if an exception can be made that we could still get that reimbursed.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments of Ms. Karstens?
I should mention one other thing. So it seems like it's a ditch bond. We don't actually have a ditch. We have a storm drain system with a curb.
Okay, thank you. So we can move this along. I will make a motion to release the ditch bond to Sarah Karstens, and I so move.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, who wanted the second on that?
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion.
My problem with this is that a couple things. In answer to your question about the ditch bond and you don't have a ditch, there's a number of things that are included in our ordinance with the ditch bond, and the addressing and the pavement of the right-of-way portion of your driveway is part of that ordinance. And I read the ordinance and I don't see how there's an appeal process in place. Maybe that would be something for the future. But to me, it's always important to treat all the people the same. And if the ordinance doesn't call for an appeal process and the ordinance wasn't followed, it's not that we're giving you your money back, but we're taking a little bit of money from each town resident and giving it back to you. And one of the things that's always been important to me is that we treat everybody fairly. And while you may not have understood what the rules were there's an unfortunate thing that they teach you in business law, that ignorance of the law is no excuse, and sometimes that has unfortunate consequences. But I don't see how there's an appeal process in our ordinance, so I wouldn't be able to support the refund of your bond.
Can I
Other
ask
questions or comments?
How much is the bond? How many dollars are we talking?
$2,000, I believe, is that correct?
It's actually 1,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, $1,000.
How was it 1,000 if it says unless the ordinance was updated when we did the recodification, which is entirely possible? Because it says, no building permit shall be issued by the building inspector for construction of a building of any vacant land or adjacent public street until a deposit amount of 2,000 has been made by the applicant for such building permit.
I believe that was changed
Yeah, it
since
could
when
have
we
been.
originally.
Yeah, we went through a major recodification. So
Correct.
that could certainly be it, so.
I mean, if you want to give me $2,000 back, I'm happy to take it.
Well, that's
what they-
not gonna happen.
That's what they were fixing to do.
That's not the motion on the floor.
It was.
I mean, corrected.
was.
I think that, and I certainly understand where Trustee Durr is coming from. We want to treat everybody fairly. I think there are extenuating circumstances in this instance. I also think in the big picture part of it, I think the village can do a better job of communicating to people in writing what expectations are, what requirements are, rather than expecting people to go read our ordinances. So I will support the motion for $1,000 return of your ditch deposit. Other comments, questions?
If you are planning on doing something like that, it would be helpful to maybe put it on the form, because I did have the form printed out for the release of the bond for a while, practically since we moved in. It would make just a suggestion.
So noted. Okay, further discussion? If not, since you're ready to vote, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I made the motion. I believe Trustee Kolinsky, you seconded the motion. Is that correct?
Is that for the full amount, or is it minus the amount that goes to the inspector? Because I think usually when we refund ditch bonds, it's for the amount minus the inspector, or are we just gonna cover the whole thing?
It's for $1,000 is my motion.
So everybody who does follow the rules pays $50, but if you let the rule lapse, then you get an extra 50. That's great. Okay,
Okay, any further comments or questions?
I guess it pays.
If not, I sense you're ready to vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Do I have it correct? The motion passed 4-1 with Trustee Durr voting nay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on
Who says crime doesn't pay?
then to item, where are we at? We got any hope of,
We're gonna give it a try, we're gonna do mood lighting.
are we?
Oh, yeah, that didn't help.
Okay. Technical issues. I don't know, where for people in the audience, is that?
What's wrong with it? You can see it.
What's that?
What's wrong with it?
It's a little bit faint, but I think it's.
Well,
All right, well, give it a go.
better than nothing.
If I take long enough, that won't flush, right?
It'll get darker.
All right.
Proceed.
I'm Karen, I'm with Waukesha County, I'm a civil engineer.
Just gonna need the microphone.
Can you get the microphone near you?
You're gonna need it right up alongside of you.
Okay, is that better?
Yep.
All right, I'm Karen Brown, I'm a civil engineer with Waukesha County. I was part of the bypass team, but on the final design, only the north section of it. So I've been involved in this project since about 2009. At this point, the bypass is built, and it's open. Most of you probably have driven it by now. And we're left with 4 dead-end roads that were created by the bypass in residential areas. So I'm gonna flip to a map. So you lightly can see what I've labeled as Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, and Section 4. Section 1 runs from the intersection with the existing Merrill Hills Road north past Green Lane, and then up to a dead end at the Waukesha Storage Building and at the lake or at the trail for the bikes and the railroad tracks. Section 2 runs from the old intersection with MacArthur Road heading south, and it dead ends just before the old bridge that was over Pebble Creek and the railroad tracks and the bike trail. Section 4 runs from MacArthur Road north, and it runs all the way up past Rocky Hills Court, and I'm going to say this wrong, but is it Shenagi Lane, and ends at a dead end at the top of the hill. And then finally, Section 4, which is Merrill Hills Court, runs from the existing dead end of Merrill Hills Court south, and that would be the 4 sections. Section 4 was paved over the weekend, I believe on Saturday, so that section has been rehabbed and is basically new pavement along that length. The remaining sections are in varying degrees of condition. The first section I would say is in average to poor condition. That would be the piece running from Merrill Hills past Green Lane. The second piece, which is the piece on the other side of the tracks, I would say is in better condition. It had some rebuilding with this project. It had rebuilding with the MacArthur intersection, and it did have some work done back in 2002 when the bridge was replaced. Section 3 is in average condition. It has not had much work done on it except for the intersection is new with MacArthur and the cul-de-sac is new. So that's kind of the rundown on the sections and what's going on with each of them. Last winter, well, since they've been created, Waukesha County has been maintaining them. They plow. We mow once a year because that's the county mowing schedule, unfortunately. We treat them like county highways. When we plow them, they do sit on our route, but our routes are always based on traffic counts and use. So these are the last roads to get plowed, but they do get done. And we had an easy winter last year, so I can't recall any complaints we received. On a bad winter where there's multiple snows and that, it may be a little bit longer on the plowing with them. Waukesha County would like the village of Waukesha to take jurisdiction of the roads and create village streets out of them. They have not yet been named. There is development occurring adjacent to several of them that would be probably in the village's interest to control. If not, they would be under Waukesha County ordinance and our access control ordinances and treated like a county trunk highway, even though they certainly are not. I did provide a report to you, and it was with the packet here that gives you the distances on these, the specifics on the ditches, on the characteristics of the roads. They're currently county trunk highway jurisdiction, but they are definitely behaving as village streets.
End of report?
End of report. Is there anything you have questions on?
Okay. Members of the village board, questions, comments? Yeah, throw a little bit of light back on.
Well, there is some significant history with these sections of road as the bypass progressed. While it was not with you, but I don't know if it was predecessors or if you were just in a different position on the project at the time, there was a lot of discussion about a lot of different options on how to make better improvements for these sections of road for the town residents in the area, not just on this road, but also on other roads in the area. Unfortunately, the town's position at that time was always that a little give and take, and then our give would be that we would take responsibility for the roads. Unfortunately, the give and take on the county side was basically all take. And that's just, I was involved in all those conversations with the, at the time, chairman, and there was very little interest in any give, and just, you need to take these, all the way to the extent that when we talked about how you really don't want to have to be involved with plowing these kind of roads, they just pretty much told us, well, we'll just leave them go to the end and then you can put up with the complaints. There was a number of other things that we tried to do. I believe it was now President Fisher at the time, the last time this went around, at the time he was a supervisor, brought up the fact that certainly the roads needed to be brought up to town standards with proper ditching. There's a lot of problems along those roads with proper ditching, and probably repaved. As you mentioned, some of them are in less than perfect condition. And then also that many of them will leave us with cul-de-sacs that far exceed our ordinances for proper cul-de-sacs. So I guess my question to the county would be, if we're gonna assume responsibility for plowing and maintenance and repair and slag and crack filling and everything in perpetuity, what's in it for the village?
What I can give you is, especially on Section 1 and Section 3, there is development coming. Those properties will develop, if not in the near future, soon. And that would be your control then to control access, to control layout, to control density, and to control the roads as growth grows. So you would have that. It would also be a benefit to the town, or to the village residents, sorry, to have you maintaining, you will do a better job than we do, and you hit it on the head. And I think I started saying these have very low traffic counts, and the county plans its plow routes and its maintenance based on the traffic. They don't get not plowed, we don't say sorry, but they do go to the end of the line.
If I may, why were they never resurfaced, or why were they never paved, these sections?
Section 4 is resurfaced and paved. It was done Saturday.
The rest of them, though?
The rest of them, Section 1, we're concerned with development that's happening down there, so it may be a waste of resources depending what's happening there. Section 2 and Section 3, we would be open to discussing. We're not in a position to pave anything more this year. Our paving program is full and we're running out of time, but it certainly is something we can discuss.
Mr. President, I have two questions for clarification.
Sure,
if I may.
go.
One is, you said that you would control the density of our property?
No, the accesses would control what you can use on them.
You said a lot more things than access.
Sorry, that was unintentional. What it would be is we would control the access, which means if it needs a public street or driveways or multiple entrances or a single entrance based on what's built there.
And they would just have to follow any rule that anybody else on a county road would have to follow.
Absolutely.
Which I certainly would think you would say are safe and prudent rules.
There are rules that are in place for a higher traffic, higher volume highway.
And the second thing, I just want to be clear that your position as a county representative is that if it's a low-use road, they would drive all the way out of the area and then drive all the way back to plow this, just because they wouldn't plow it in turn when they're there plowing.
It depends on the route. When they're plowing the bypass, they're actually on a state contract doing it. So this is a separate contract, and I'm not sure if they mix their routes or if they keep them separate. But the routes are all optimized, and it's based on trying to get the highest volume roads cleared first.
But in answer to my question, I believe that if they're in the area and it's on the route, they're going to plow it.
Correct.
And so it's immaterial. They're going to plow it in the order that it makes sense on the routes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But this may not be the same route as the bypass route that would be right next to it.
But isn't D and DR and E, those are all county roads, correct?
Yes, they are.
And this one connects to those also?
Correct. Just on the south leg.
Question I have, and it's one that I had previously, and maybe you can deal with that, Attorney Macy, and that would be particularly on, I believe it's at Section 3 in particular, the length of that to the cul-de-sac was created exceeds our 1,320 square feet, or lineal feet rather. How would we, what options do we have to deal with that?
I would have to check the zoning code to see whether, or the land division ordinance, if that's where the restriction is, to see whether I am not aware of off the top of my head a waiver or variance procedure that you have. Some communities do have that. The irony is that the county, well aware of this fact, designed the road and did it anyway, and the facts are the facts. So obviously, though, if you don't accept it, you haven't, recognized it or become, I think that was your position all along. I don't want to speak for you when you were a supervisor, that, well, if the county feels they can do it and they're going to do it, we don't have to accept it and we don't have to bless it.
So the short answer is you'd have to look into that a bit deeper. Fair?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's how attorneys answer questions.
That's the shortest answer we've ever gotten out of him. I'm happy with that, right? Other questions, comments? I would tell you, just informational purposes, when I did a chat with Jerry Nolly this afternoon, I asked him, and this has been in the wind a bit, it's a bit of an aside, but the project manager for the Wisconsin Department of Transportation has asked us to look at the bypass work and the parts that are in the town. Effectively, he indicated to me they're doing a punch list with the contractors, so things that we might take exception to. Jerry, and you might even add to this a bit, Karen, he didn't have any exceptions to take to section 4, which, as you indicated, was just paved. In a minute, I'll give you a chance. I think you had a couple of things to tune up on that. Jerry did express a concern that still a lot of topsoil being trucked by, I think, is it Musson Brothers or something, contractor, and what damage that might have to the road. So those are two comments. You want to just pick up on those, please?
Certainly. I walked all of these dead ends back in June, and then I walked the freshly paved one on Monday to see what was going on with it. The one that is freshly paved, I will say, does need shouldering still. Our crews will handle that. I also noted that the landscaping contractor, or maybe the paving contractor, did some damage to the pavement on the southern cul-de-sac. And so I've asked them to come out there and heat it and re-roll it to smooth it back up. It's got some divots and things from where equipment was sitting.
And the topsoil trafficking part of it, do you have a handle on that tonight or not, or what that issue might be?
I don't have a handle on it, but I do know who to call.
Okay. Don't want to go sideways on this, but while we're thinking or working through that, the other thing, and this was before us, a year ago, we're being asked and give the opportunity to decide what to do with naming of those road segments. I mean, leaving aside for a minute the issue of jurisdictional responsibility and condition of them. Chief, you have any thoughts on that tonight or not that you want to toss out? And I know when we talked about that before, one of the big issues is so those could be located in emergency purposes.
The thoughts that, and I talked with our deputy as well a little bit, and the thought that we had to make things more identifiable is that the southernmost section up to the railroad tracks would remain Merrill Hills Road. The northern portion, section 4, would all be named MacArthur Court or Merrill Hills Court.
Say that once more. Would be named what?
Merrill Hills Court, which it currently is, except now instead of just being a circle, it'll be kind of a golf club shape.
So the straight section 2 would all be Merrill Hills Court?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the middle section, based on a little bit of history of the farms that are in the area, which were named Summer Valley, we would suggest Summer View as the name for the middle section, all the way from the bridge to the cul-de-sac on the hill.
Summer View. Okay, so that would be renamed, that's sections 2 and 3?
Correct.
Okay. Let me just even ask the question here, and I mean, we're going to come back to the jurisdictional transfer part of it. There may be work to do on that. If we were to deal with the issue of the renaming of those roads tonight and express the village's preference on that, is that something that would help move things forward, notwithstanding resolving any on the jurisdictional transfer or not? That's a loaded question, but go ahead. In other words, can we do that part?
I think we'd like it all at one time.
Okay. Okay.
We're not opposed to the name. We actually refer to the north piece as Merrill Hills Court. So I think we are on the same page.
Can I just add something to that? Because I have talked to some of the people on that section.
Go ahead.
That you're talking about. They're a little concerned about all their addresses and all their mailings and all that things are all going to have to be changed to a different name. They prefer to leave it at Merrill Hills Road.
Okay.
I'm just going with that, but that's just what I've heard from them. I don't know if makes any sense to let them have a say in this or not, but.
Okay. What's anybody think?
How would the sidewalk maintenance apply to any of this?
We're not doing sidewalk maintenance. We've made that abundantly clear.
Well,
The town, well, let me answer that, and I think there's been discussion about that. Ms. Brown might be able to help us out with it, but the town, I think, and you might remember that because you were on the board, but I believe we, I will say, filed for a minute, I believe, absence of need documents in the town, and I'm not the walking book on that, but I think the town board spoke with one voice at that, absence of need. So we can help correct that, but somehow or other those crept into the project anyway. There was discussion last winter about cleaning snow from sidewalks or what or not, and as a representative of the town, I basically said we had no intention of doing anything with snow removal because we asked for no sidewalks in the first place. And help me out if that's correct or what or not, so.
That is correct, and there also is not an agreement with the state on the walks or anything official with the town on it. So you're absolutely right.
Right.
So are there any sidewalks or paths or bike routes or anything else that are along these sections of road?
No, there are not.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was.
Say that again, I'm not sure I understood that question.
My question was, are there any sidewalks, bike paths, bike routes, running paths, anything else that are along these sections of road?
And let's go from these sections of roads, you're talking about the Merrill Hills part of it.
Section 1, 2, 3, and
Okay.
4.
Not, so the answer to that is no, but there are sidewalks along the bypass that are in the town, but not
Right.
these specific sections. Okay.
The
so we're
only
clear on
caveat
that.
I would add, and it wouldn't be your responsibility, but there are connections to the trail at the two dead ends. But those, I think, have a maintenance agreement and have another party responsible.
We would want to make sure of that legally before
Yes.
we'd move forward on anything. That's what I was getting at.
Okay. Other questions, comments?
If I may?
Sure.
One of the things we discussed too is the county would not be opposed to taking these roads in parts also. It's not an all or nothing. So for example, the northern piece, which is actually paved and done and up to a standard, could be separately done than others.
So we could do this incrementally, is what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what do the members of the board think about that? Are you interested in considering these incrementally?
I would, but section 1 is 1,500 feet long, 1,480. So that's an issue there for our ordinance.
She said, I think, section 4.
I'm sorry, did you say
No.
4?
Section 1 is also 1,400, but Green Road goes through. So it's not an unconnected dead end. Green Road actually comes out onto Highway D. Or is it Green Lane? I apologize.
Green Lane.
Okay. Oh, the entire length of the road is 1480.
Correct,
I
but it's
apologize.
not entirely a dead end.
Okay.
I think the only issue with length is section 3, is that right?
That's correct.
So back to, I think, what she mentioned, section 4, and I'm looking for taste and temperature of the board, whether we would be interested in looking at these things on a piece-by-piece basis until issues are resolved. And
I would, but I'd still feel that there has to be some kind of exchange. I mean, we're taking on responsibility for these roads in perpetuity. If I'm not mistaken, the county either has an ordinance or a policy of not increasing their roads in exchange for decreasing roads elsewhere. Is that not true?
We try to do that. In the case of the bypass, we actually got more mileage than we gave away.
And a state contract along with it.
Yes.
If you'd be interested in offering us a state contract to plow these sections, I think that would be a big step in the right direction.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
everybody on this side of the table likes that idea.
I guess I would kind of like what Mike said earlier about having these roads up to our town standards. I just don't, the first thing we said was, what's in it for us? And so far, I don't see much of anything other than the fact we've got more roads to maintain and pull and take care of, correct? Or am I
Okay.
missing something? We got more real estate? Don't know that that's prime real estate. And I don't know that, you know, the development of land alone there, I don't know what that's got to do with picking up more roads.
Say that once more, I didn't hear what you said.
Well, you said about, she mentioned the fact that this land will be developed along there, and that's not a guarantee yet either. I mean, some of that school land in there, it's sitting on it yet. Whether there's, I don't know that that's an incentive to take over the roads. And I'm not against that, but I mean, I kind of like to see those roads up to date. I mean, there's been construction traffic on an awful lot of MacArthur and Merrill Hills Road on that intersection continuously, and I think it's still going on. Is that's what the topsoil we're talking about is on that area? And I mean, that's still subject to more wear and tear.
Here's just a thought or suggestion off the top of the head to find a way to move forward with this and not appreciating your fine report and that type of thing, but would the village board find it useful to do a field trip along with the report, look at these things, not unlike we did when we went and looked at the 13 different properties in the town back on the 17th of June? Would that be helpful and informative to go as a group? We would do it as a formal meeting, if you will, or I suppose people would look at it on their own, but we might even ask if Karen or one of her compatriots or others might join us. Would that be useful to see some of this stuff firsthand? Is that worth the time and effort to do?
I would find that useful.
Okay. Anybody else? Would that be worth the time and effort spent?
I'd support it.
Yeah, it's fine with me, I'd go.
Okay. Mike, you on board? Okay. Could we, to try to see what the next step might be, work and coordinate such a thing with you? Talk about things, we maybe not pick it tonight, but some late afternoon or that type of thing. If we can pick a mutually convenient date, would that help us find a way to move forward and decide where we're going? All right.
Start.
And let's do that. We can have further discussion tonight, or I don't want to cut it off, but we could table this particular matter and set up that tour. I don't want to cut this off, but as soon as we Someone makes a motion to table, we're done
I will move to
talking.
table this item until a month from now, the next board meeting.
Okay.
Second meeting of the month, whatever date that is.
Does anybody know what the date that is off the top of the head? I will second the motion. August 20th? Okay, I'll second the motion. There's no further discussion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes
Just for
unanimously.
clarification, it's August 27th.
I'm sorry, August 27?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think it goes without saying, we want to try to do this tour prior to that meeting. Is everybody in agreement with that, if we can
Yes.
coordinate that?
Yes.
Does make sense? Okay, thank you for your presentation tonight. Next step forward, we'll have this back on the agenda. We'll see if we can set up the tour prior, okay?
All right. All right.
And Attorney Macy will have time to do his research, correct?
And that is how to approve the one that is over, I just want to clarify what.
Yeah, it's section, well, let's go straight to it in the report. It's section 4. Is that in your report here, Ms. Brown, the actual length of that by your determination are? And you're going to be looking to see whether there are exceptions to that or not. Our ordinance, I think, says 1,320 feet, which is a quarter of a mile. And what, can you just even focus on the report? Is that number?
It's
You're in.
2,240.
2,240?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Okay, if there's nothing further, thank you for coming out tonight, and we'll scoot on.
If you want to save yourself some money, it says unless waived by the planning commission and the town board.
So you saved us the attorney's fees?
Unless you want to send it
Thank
to
you.
me, but.
Okay, so that's the exact verbiage? So it would have to be waived by the
Cul-de-sac
Plan commission
streets
and the town
designated to have one end permanently closed shall not exceed 1320 feet in length unless waived by the plan commission and the town board.
Okay, there you got it. Thank you,
I don't
trustee
know.
Durr. Okay, anything further? Thank you. We will move on. Appreciate it. Item 13D, discussion and possible action on an ordinance concerning trees hanging over property lines. Attorney Macy, you want to kind of lead the discussion on this?
I'm not quite sure. I was not, to the best of my recollection, I was not asked to research this prior to tonight. I heard the conversation of the public, under public comments. There is state law on this issue. That is a correct statement. I may have commented at a prior meeting that I believe members of our firm, on behalf of one or more of the 60 communities we represent, have looked at this issue. My recollection is we were not in favor of communities going onto private property without court orders to try to do that. Was using my time here to look and see what communities might have it, but I was my understanding tonight, Mr. Chairman, and as he said, tee it up, I guess, that you wanted to have general discussion as to whether you wanted to do the research before spending the money to do the research. So it's whether this is something you really want to look at. But I will tell you, the limited research we've done before, we could not, in good faith, in good conscience, recommend going onto private property and taking down trees when there was a state law that talked about how that could be done. So we would be very conservative, I'm sure, on any ordinance, if we could even recommend one. Is that fair enough statement? Is that what you're looking for?
Well, yeah, I think, I mean, one of the things, I think you were here at the meeting the other night when Mr. Vendetti came forward. Did I pronounce that correctly? Yeah. Oh, but didn't, but I mean, he referenced, I didn't bring my notes here, but he referenced several sections in the existing town ordinances that he thought were applicable. I think you need to look at that and offer an opinion to the village board as to whether or not you agree or disagree with that. And I think you need to focus us or center us on state statute or common law or whatever. I mean, we need to get this right. We've got some differences of opinion and so forth. I mean, from my point of view, I know this has been going on a long time. I think it's more important to get it done right than to get it done fast. So, I mean, welcome comments from the rest of you, but I guess I would put this back on for the agenda on the 27th and ask you to give us a report at that time?
Well, before we go down that path, I think we should make sure that it's the flavor of the board of something we want to do. I mean, I, for one, and I speak for myself and myself only, and I'm 1 vote out of 5, but I'm not interested in getting in between these disputes. If somebody has an issue that's hazardous to health, there may be sections in our code that address that. But to blanket go into the issues between neighbors of trees hanging over a lot line when they can pursue their redress through the court system, to me is just not something that I want to put the the village of Waukesha in the middle of, nor do I want to pay the attorney to take 2 or 3 hours or 6 or 7 hours or even 6 minutes to investigate. I mean, if this is addressed in state law, I, for the life of me, don't understand why we would want to get in the middle of a neighbor dispute and have to become the arbiters of that.
I don't disagree with you, but you may be a step ahead of me. I guess all I'm doing is looking to him and say, tell us, direct us to what the state law is and make sure we don't have something in conflict with our ordinance stuff. All I'm trying to do is get the legal foundation for this. I don't see this as a policy decision or that type of thing. I think this is a legal interpretation. And if they've already done that in another community, hopefully that could be produced
First, we
very
have to
quickly at a
clarify,
minimum cost.
we are not talking about the state law and the right of my trees that overhang onto my property in limited circumstances being able to be removed by me off of the neighbor's tree. We're talking about the village, going onto the neighbor's property and removing the tree. This is what is being requested. Well, it's being requested. You can tell me that that's not what's being requested. I believe I heard that gentleman under public comment say twice he doesn't feel safe in his backyard as long as that tree is standing. And he wants that tree, he wants the village to consider adopting an ordinance that would require that property owner to remove that dead tree. If I heard him wrong and you all heard him otherwise, you know, I guess then I wasn't listening very closely. He wants that tree gone.
I guess my request of you, Attorney Macy, is notwithstanding what a particular individual has to say, I guess I would be looking for you, if it is clear, simply to set and establish the boundaries. I'm not, at the moment, I'm not interested in going further than that, but I think we need you to help establish the legal boundaries. That's what I'm looking for. Somebody else help out.
I thought we, rather than having the village responsible for the actual removal, we were just trying to put some kind of teeth into a nuisance ordinance of something to that effect that could give us some leverage to get the property owner in question in compliance.
And that's great until it doesn't happen, until the guy doesn't get his truck in compliance, and until the guy doesn't get his camper in compliance. Then it's upon us to continue to move along to make that happen. And that includes filing law forms and going to circuit court. I mean, it'd be great if we could like go knock on the neighbor's door and say, hey, your guy doesn't like this, could you fix it? And they said, oh, geez, I guess I misunderstood him. Yeah, we'll go take care of that. But that's not, sometimes they go bad.
Well, sure, but the same is true for any ordinance that you pass that has a forfeiture attached to it.
Right.
That's a universal phenomenon.
Hence, I'm not interested in a new ordinance.
The one with the trailer, the one with the leaking oil, we're issuing citations on a daily basis, is my understanding. So we're actually, where are those funds going if they collect them?
They go to the town general fund.
Right.
Okay.
But I just want to be consistent. We have a parking ordinance that's been investigated. The truck is illegally parked under our ordinance, and our ordinance is a legal ordinance, right? That's what we're talking about, the truck.
That was the example brought up, yes.
and then the trailer, similarly, it's the living in the trailer that the citation was issued for, not even, I believe, the parking of the trailer on the private property.
Right.
And we have an ordinance that you can't, it's very specific, I believe it was represented, ordinance that says you cannot live in a trailer. So now we're looking to see what our current law is apparently on trees between neighbors, and then what the state law is on trees between neighbors. I'm just trying to paraphrase, I don't think anybody thinks we have, or they wouldn't be here under this mode, currently a law in the village that we could issue a citation on for this situation. Is that a fair statement, Mr. President?
I guess I'm gonna pass on that at the minute. We looked at that a bit. I guess I'm looking to you to answer that question.
Well, that's a third question, so. I don't know how much, again, I thought we were here tonight to see whether the village board was of a mind to have research done. And that's what I hear the chairman saying, president saying, is that he's looking to, he would want me to do some research on aspects of this, and he wondered what the rest of the board thought. I believe Trustee Dorr said he's not of a mind to investigate, to do research and spend taxpayer money to research this because there is a state law. Did I put words in your mouth?
You did not.
And did I put words in your mouth? You wanted certain aspects?
I would start with the state law, okay? I'm not beyond that, okay? Do the research and give us the state law. I'm not beyond that yet, so maybe we're all on the same page. We certainly can't create an ordinance that contravenes state law, right?
Generally not.
So I want to know what the state law is. I'm not any further than that right now. So maybe we're all on the same page, and maybe somebody's ahead of that. I'm not ahead of that.
Well, I think it's been represented and represented correctly that you have the right to trim under certain circumstances. Your weed commissioner stated, probably I have reason to believe accurately, the state law that a tree that overhangs your lot line, you have dead or alive with certain limitations. I wasn't even here until tonight, knew of the exceptions for fruit trees that he referenced. You have the right to trim that tree. You have to do it in such a way as not to kill the tree, I believe. You have to do it in a professional manner. So you can remove dead or alive, but it's immaterial what's hanging over onto your lot line, you can remove, it's my understanding. So that's the state law. And I see some experts in this room who I have a great deal of respect for shaking their heads. So I think everybody in the room is shaking their head that that's the understanding amongst all of us as to the state law.
You have the statute by any chance?
I don't have a statute. I mean, Ms. Amerson may have quoted the legislative, and it may be a court case, Counselor. Trustee, I don't. But that's the general understanding of, I think, everyone here, that that's the state law. That's why I thought the citizen was asking for more than that. Your weed commissioner indicates he's not, so maybe I misunderstood what they were asking for.
Well, I think the weed commissioner's asking for basically the state law and reiterating it as a town ordinance, and I'm all for not duplicating any more laws than we have to. And I am under these, and through my experience in my business and stuff, that we do have the right to trim trees that hang over on our property. And that's been on the books forever. I mean, that's just a common practice for landowners, but we get involved with people with lots, I guess it comes to a different situation sometimes. But I mean, I'm not for doing a whole lot more on this than we already have on the books as far as the statutes stay. I'm in agreement with Mike actually on it. And if you want to look at the statute, I don't think that's a big deal. You can bring that in and read it and see if that's confers what I just said, but I'm pretty sure it does.
I guess that's where I'm at, the limited, and I'm not the final word on this, I'm not the attorney sitting here, the limited research I did online, what I read in paraphrasing says you've got a right to basically trim branches at the property line as long as you don't do injury to the tree. And that's simplistic, and so forth. That was my reading of it. If it's about that simple and that's the state statute, then I guess, I mean, I would think that research could be reduced to a page. And just cite the state statute and see if there's anything that we have in our town ordinance that contradicts that. Anybody else?
So, and then you want a copy of the law, and you want to know if there's anything in our ordinance that contradicts that? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I think we want to make sure we don't have anything that's in contradiction of state law. Does anybody disagree with that? I mean, if we got something in there.
Well, I'm come from the, didn't we just come through this, that we don't have anything on the ordinance now on the books that says anything about trees, and that's what we're discussing.
No, we do.
What do we have on the?
Well, there's stuff in there about diseased trees, Dutch elm disease and all that kind of stuff.
What does that say? I guess I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
But, well, never mind. I mean, we just spent $15,000 to go through a codification process to make sure that our ordinances were aligned with state statute. But if we want to spend money on the attorney to research it, let's move on. I mean,
I don't think he has to do a lot of research.
We paid him $100 already talking about this, so we might as well just move on, let him do his research and pay the bill that way.
All right, anybody got anything further? All right, then we're moving on. Item 13E, and I'm going to suggest that 13E, F, and G can be discussed together. I'll read them in their discussion and possible action on the award of the contract for asphaltic seal coating of roads with black boiler slag for 2020. Item 13F is discussion and possible action on the award of the contract for crack filling of roads for 2020. 13G is discussion and possible action on the award of the contract for flex patching of roads for 2020. I think you've got the packet of information. Those bids came back today. I'll make a real quick comment or two on it. We can decide how you want to proceed. You've got a simple little summary sheet of the bids that were received with regard to the covering of the asphaltic seal coating of roads with black boiler slag for 2020. The bid there from Scott Construction for all the roads in the solicitation was $91,945. We received an alternate bid by bidder's option, and you can all look at that and read it, from Farner in lieu of the black boiler slag for using 1/4-inch granite surfacing material, $103,368. For 3/8 inch granite, $125,910. So those were the bids for the slagging. The flex patching, the sole bidder on that was Thunder Road, $3,975. I will simply tell you that one of the bidders who didn't bid on that didn't think it was worth spending money to flex patch that road. I think Jerry Noli is rethinking that, whether that's worth expenditure of that money to do that for that road. And then lastly, on the crack filling, there were two bids. One was from Thunder Road, $49,325. The other one was from Farner for $30,262. If you look at the bid from Farner, they did not bid all of the roads. They identified roads that they thought were worthy of crack filling and ones that weren't. I appreciate Attorney Macy's opinion on that. My personal belief is that is an irregular bid, and I don't think that that can properly be considered, but I don't know if there'd be concurrence on that or not. So those are the bids. Big picture part of this, we have in the budget for contracted street maintenance for this year, $175,000. We've already expended $1,450, leaving a budget available at this point in time of $173,550. If you took the slag bid, the low bid from Scott Construction for the slag for $91,945, and the crack filling bid from Thunder Road for $49,325. I didn't do the exact number on that, but you're a little bit north of $140,000, so that would be significantly under money available. If you did the flex patching, you're more like at $144,000 to $145,000. And if you look at the bid forms, I think we asked the bidders to indicate that they would be capable of completing all this work on or before the 31st of October, and I believe all of them indicated that they would do so. So that's kind of the overview of those bids. Questions, comments? We would like, I think, to act on these tonight. The bid solicitation was premised on giving prompt notification, in fact, as of tomorrow, of notice of intent to award a bid in order to have the people complete the work in a timely manner.
So we put the bid out knowing that we were only gonna have a couple hours to consider it? I mean, these bids were opened.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, that's
That's
not a
true.
problem?
I don't see that as a problem. What other information do you need?
Well, you used to see it as a really big problem when you were a supervisor.
I don't see it as a problem. I think this is
No.
pretty simple and straightforward. So,
What about the problem of the work not being done until October 31st? That's not a problem this year, it was a problem last year.
you've got the bids before you.
Oh,
So
you don't
it's-
wanna talk about what the problems were last year with late bids?
Talk about anything you want.
Okay.
When is the, I'm not sure we're gonna look for that, but when is the date that they're supposed to be completed by again?
When it has to be completed?
Yeah.
By not later than October 31st. If you look in the bid forms, they were asked to respond to that question.
When did the bids go out?
Approximately 2 weeks ago.
What was the
Week
holdup?
and a half ago. Part of it was, I rewrote some of the specification stuff. The other thing I added in, doing all the typing and editing. The clerk's office was too busy doing stuff they wouldn't do it, Public Works wouldn't do it, so I ended up doing it myself.
I'd like to see that date be bumped up a little bit to October, but I don't know if we have any leeway with that right now.
So, let me just understand. So from the time that we agreed we were gonna put it out for bid and the time that you put it out for bid, you personally retyped the bid specifications?
Yes, I rewrote and retyped a bunch of it. that
And now we're
need to be
supposed to
cleaned up.
approve what you retyped on your own fruition with 2 or 3 hours' notice.
Well, you don't have, if you don't want to act on it tonight, you don't have to. That's your prerogative. That's why it's on the agenda for tonight. If you don't want to act on it, you don't have to.
I think if we don't act on it tonight, we're gonna end up in the same boat we were last year, and I don't think I can sell that to the constituents that were upset last year because it didn't get done.
Did the attorney review the bid documents after you retyped them, before they went out?
Ask him.
No. Okay, just so we have it on the record, the attorney did not review the bid documents after they were modified by the president and before they went out. Could you turn your mic on and confirm that, please?
Well, I believe that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that's good enough.
I have no recollection of doing so, and I also have no way of knowing, since I haven't read the bid specs, as long as my mic is on, as to whether these bids are responsive or not responsive to the bid specs. The chairman has made a statement, he's concerned, and he may absolutely be right, President, but I don't know that, whether one of the bids is non-responsive because they didn't respond. That depends on what the bid specs say. So if they're the low bidder, you're gonna have to proceed cautiously as to whether or not you're throwing that bid out. That's normally what the engineer would do, is review the submittals and determine which ones are responsive to the bid specs and which ones aren't. That's not something normally we get involved when someone questions whether or not it was. After someone, it doesn't have to be the engineer, it could be the president if he wrote them, but somebody makes a determination of whether the responses, the submittals are responsive to the bid specs.
Let's do that right now. You've got the packet in front of you. You may have to wander into it, but you need to go to Exhibit C, Farner on the bid form. It's about halfway through. Why don't you all dive into that here? You can look at this.
I'm not wandering through.
Well, you don't have to, but I will give it to Attorney
Let
Macy.
me finish my statement. How about that?
Right.
Let's start
Go
there,
ahead.
okay?
Finish your statement.
So I'm not gonna wander through what is, I don't know, what, more than 50, less than a 100-page document at 8:30 at night when we're gonna be here for another 2 hours and waste everybody's time. If you want us to wander through, then table it for the next time and we can wander at our convenience. But to put,
okay,
there's so much wrong with this process that it's almost impossible to quantify.
These have been on the website for anybody to take a look at. I will simply show, and we can, I think, save a bit of time and effort. Attorney Macy, you could look at it.
I am not going to review a 50-page, I mean,
No,
I'll
I'm
read,
giving- I'm
I'll
directing
read,
you
I
to
am not
one-
going to read
to
one,
one
no.
page.
I am not going to review one
You're not gonna
page
look
and
at
give
one
you,
page.
and give you a legal opinion as to whether the bid is responsive. I don't think that's fair. You have to read the
Okay.
entire specs.
All right.
If you wanted that done, that should have been asked. I'm not gonna put my,
All right.
my professional opinion, I can't do it. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
All right.
That's good. Let's just
What
look
would
at
you
that.
like to do, folks? You want to put this back on? We have a special board meeting next Friday night. Would you like to put this back on the agenda then? That would be my suggestion. We have a meeting at 4 o'clock next Friday night. We will put this on the agenda. Is that satisfactory to everybody? I'll give you sufficient
Well-
time to review it?
Before I could support anything, I would need, number one, the attorney to review it to make sure that it was properly bid in the first place. And then number two, look at it to tell me if it was properly responded to.
Can you do that by next Friday, Attorney Macy?
The 31st?
That's
Okay.
next Friday.
And to be fair, we don't know that we're having a meeting. That was if we entertain other applications.
All right, put it on for the
So
31st,
put it on for the next
Monday.
meeting. Put it on for the 6th of
No, put it-
August.
No,
I mean,
put it on for the 3rd of August. Would that give you sufficient time, Attorney Macy, to look at these documents?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's to review the bid specs to make sure that they meet the law and to review the responses to see if they're responsive to the bid specs, if the bid specs meet the requirements of the law.
That is correct. Can you do that by the 3rd of August?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then, since
Okay.
you probably won't be at the meeting on the 3rd of August, you'll provide some kind of written update on that?
Most everything I do is in writing, yes, sir.
Okay, is that acceptable to everybody? I will move to table further consideration of this matter until Monday, August 3rd, and I so move. And that pertains to items 13E, F, and G. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Further discussion? There is none, because it's motion table. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to item number 13H, discussion and possible action on quote on correction stickers for address signs tabled at the June 25th, 2020 Village Board meeting. Who would like to take that item? What we probably
I would
need
like
to do.
I would like to table that again, or at least
Okay.
postpone that. I don't believe that we have
Okay.
there's no urgency on this, and if we can wait until this litigation thing is over with, I think it would be more
I
prudent.
agree. Let me suggest this, because that was tabled, we need to have a motion to bring it back from the table, and then we can retable it again. Will you make that
I
motion?
will make the motion to untable that.
All
if
right,
that's
I
the
will
right word.
second the motion. All in favor indicate by saying aye to remove this item from the table.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, do you want to make the motion now to retable? Or do you
Yeah,
want to just leave, or you just want to leave it alone?
I think we ought to leave it alone for the time being. We can bring
Okay.
that back anytime, I think, in the future when things look different or whatever. But
Okay.
I think for right now, I don't see any urgency to this. And
So take no action.
No.
I agree. Anybody disagree? Okay,
Let me just throw this out there. It's not that I disagree. That's not where I'm going, but there was discussion as these issues applied to the lawsuit. I'll let it go. I'm fine.
okay, anybody got any further on that item? Okay, then we'll move on to item 13H, discussion, possible action on NPO litigation proof of claim. I didn't have a clue what this is. Attorney Macy, you want to dial us in?
I received a notice from the village clerk, a series of documents wherein she asked us to review whether or not the village should do anything in response to the same, and I responded to that, and you have my letter in the packet. And I can pull up the letter if you like, but I don't know if there's any specific question.
I read it.
I guess the only question I would have is, was it you were asked to do this? I read through it, I maybe didn't fully understand or explain it, but I guess I'm kind of wondering why we spend any time on this at all.
That's not a question for me.
Well, I think there was a legal document received by the clerk's office that was asking us to choose one of several options. And the clerk's office, not containing an attorney, sent it to the attorney to say, how should we respond? And his letter prepares a summary of the letter regarding opioid litigation and the bankruptcy case of Purdue Pharma. And in his letter, he says, in summary, the town's options in regards to the NPO correspondence received are, in the event the village determines it does not have a specific claim against Purdue Pharma for harms it caused the village related to opioid epidemic, do nothing. In the event that the village determines it does have a claim against Purdue Pharma for harms caused by the village to the for harms it caused the village related to the opioid epidemic, the village should determine the amount of such claim and then either file proof of that amount or join a list of people where the amount is not determined. That last part was paraphrased for brevity. So a legal document was received and he reviewed it and he replied.
I guess my question is this, though: did we have any reason to believe that the village ever had anything to precipitate a claim against Purdue Pharma? I mean, I appreciate what you did, but it says if you don't think you got a claim, do nothing. I guess I'm wondering why we'd even spend money researching this. We don't have to respond to it unless somebody's aware of a claim that we might have. Is that true? So
I would think that we could at least ask the fire department to see what within the time frame of whatever it is, what if any opioid overdoses we've had runs on. I mean, that would be a great starting point. Or were there any car accidents that were indicated from the sheriff's department where there was, the cause of an overdose or impaired driving because of an opioid? I mean, those are all costs that the village has incurred potentially. I don't know whether we have or not. But, I mean, those are some avenues that come to my mind about how we could start to identify if we have any claims. I mean, we're not gonna know that information now.
I don't know. Chief, do you have any response to that? I mean, where are we going with this? Are you saying we should spend time trying to find out if we have claims?
Well, why wouldn't we?
I'm just asking, who,
Yeah, I
who
think
do you
we
want,
should.
who do you want to have do that?
Well, I would start with the fire department and the sheriff's department. I mean, I don't know who else, unless you wanted to do it.
I don't really.
I mean, when we had a town administrator, I would have probably asked them to do it. But we ain't got that anymore, so I'd go to the department heads.
Was there a time frame on this? Its limit was at the end of the month? End of July? That you had to respond by, I believe?
There was a time limit, yes.
Yes. So, I mean, we're kind of running out of time to even collect any information at this point.
I don't know, that can't be that difficult. It's all in a computer. If we don't want the claim money, then.
Well, there's no guarantee you're gonna get it. It's just a matter of
No,
going
it's
through the
not a
motions.
guarantee, but it's there to be had.
I mean, July 30th is the date on this, is that right, Counselor?
I would have to review it again.
Well, that's in your letter, I think.
Yeah.
It says, "I would recommend putting the question of whether a claim exists and how to proceed to the village board, since claims will be barred after July 30th, 2020. That's the second last paragraph of your letter.
Thank you.
So we've got 1 week.
Okay, so complete the forms attached in the correspondence to join the consolidated claim. If the village selects this option, it may ask the ad hoc committee for assistance in determining the amount of its claim, since the village has not listed as its creditor whose claim's value can be estimated by the committee. A consolidated claim can also be filed as unliquidated. If we don't want to file, we don't want to file. But it seems pretty straightforward to me.
It's a pleasure, members of the board.
Well, according to Mr. Macy's letter here, it says that he recommends we put the question is that there's even exists the claim. So let's put the question to the chief and anybody else here that has any input as far as whether there's even a claim that can exist, or is there any kind of meat to this at all?
As Mike said, that's a question that can't be answered tonight. I don't even know what time frame you're talking about. Is this from last year? Is this from the last 10 years? Is this from yesterday? I have no idea what the time frame is. We'd have to go through the records and pull out calls. Some of those calls have been reimbursed to us because the property owners or the patient has paid a bill for it, which makes it not collectible, you know, on a lawsuit like that.
So time-wise, it's almost.
Well, I mean, we can look, but I need more information.
Did you know anything about this at all, or when did you
This is the
first
first
hear
I heard of it.
I mean, the first I heard of it was Tuesday of this, or it was earlier this week when it appeared on the agenda. It was a draft agenda of last week, and I asked what it is. Anybody on the board ever heard of this before? It appeared on the agenda?
No.
Didn't you produce the agenda?
No.
you
Kathy
didn't?
put that on there. I asked her, what is it?
Well, what did she say?
She didn't, well, she produced John's letter here from July 9th,
Oh, okay.
which is now
Well,
2 weeks old. Or more. So that's the first I heard of it. I think we're kind of chasing our tail on this, guys. Are we ready to move on?
I am.
All right. Anybody else want to talk about this anymore?
yeah, I'll make a motion to complete the form attached to the correspondence to join the consolidated claim and list us as the ad hoc committee for assistance in determining the amount of the claim. And I so move, as outlined in Attorney Macy's letter, second solid bullet point, second hollow bullet point.
All right, is there a second to motion?
My question is, who's gonna fill that out, or what? Who's qualified to fill it out?
I don't
The
know.
clerk? Is that what you're saying?
If the clerk can't do it, she can direct the attorney to do it.
Is there a second to the motion? All right, the motion dies for lack of a second. We're moving on.
Guess we only give money out.
What?
Nothing.
Item 13J, discussion and possible action on requests for qualifications, RFQs for architectural and engineering services for the new fire station. We indicated last month when there were but 3 of us here. Certainly you can enter discussion of that if you want. Trustees Kalinsky and German, if we were to do this, we would be sending out the single page, I'll call it program statement that the chief put together. And even on this agenda item, if there's anybody from the fire department who would like to speak to this at this point in time, you're welcome to come forward. You don't you don't have to if you don't feel the need to, but you're welcome to weigh in.
Is the sheet in our packet here? That is going
I
to be
think
sent
it
out?
is, isn't it, in your packet?
It's in the packet. It's right after the minutes.
I think it may even be in 2 places, but you're right, it's right after the minutes.
It's in the minutes from the last meeting, and then it's
right.
in the packet after.
Right.
the
That's true. That's true.
Consolidated, it's after a summary of consolidated claim.
I'd make a motion to request qualifications for architect and engineering service on this fire station for the sheet.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion?
Why are we moving in this direction and not off of the direction of the work that we did 2 or 3 years ago?
Expound on that. You're talking about the
The work
2-story addition to the fire station?
Well, the work that we did with
Yeah.
Angus and Young.
Well, it's because on December 27, 2017, I made a motion to hire the architectural firm, running on memory, I think it was for $68,000, so that project could move ahead. You and I and the 3 other members of the board at that point in time, John Merrick, Jim Radke, and Larry Wolf, voted unanimously to proceed with that. It was in the capital budget for 2018. I made the motion to proceed to the next step to hire the architect to do it, and my motion didn't get seconded, and it went down with 4 voting against, and that's why nothing happened. It basically died at that point in time.
Okay.
So that's the answer to your question. So this is a different approach, which we talked about back in February. We invited citizens to come and weigh in on it. The concept of it is to look at building a new fire station on this property and turning the existing fire station quarters over to the Public Works Department for their use. That's this avenue. Further discussion? Okay, if there's no further discussion, well, I guess I'll ask a question. This would be the authorization to proceed. Would you like to see those requests for qualification statements appear on a future meeting here before they're released? Would that be the pleasure of the board? That can certainly be done. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I guess I'm going to recommend that, but.
Could you repeat that?
Never stopped us
Explain
before.
that.
Yeah, whether this document, the requests for qualification, the actual statement itself, I'm suggesting that should come back to the board for approval before it's released. That's my suggestion. I'm asking whether all of you concur or not, rather than sending it outside unseen.
Can we get that back on for the next meeting then also?
A date of,
Was it 27th?
sure. I think that's reasonable. Do you want to have the attorney
Well,
review that before
20
it comes back?
The next meeting's the 31st, and then the 3rd, and then the 3rd, and then the week week after that.
Well, if architects can get back sooner,
I mean,
better for us to get moving.
You want the
quicker than-
next meeting or the 27th?
Well, let's go for the 27th.
We're talking about the document so it can be released.
No, I know. Trustee German said, can we have it for the next meeting on the 27th?
My question is,
Oh, my goodness.
no, let's
Forget
clean it
it.
up. Do you want to see it? Do you want to have the board, I'm not trying to be funny, it's a simple question. Do you want to see what it is, what it says, what it's asking for? Do you want to see it? Do you want to have the attorney review it before it is released for
Yes.
response?
Yes.
On the August 27th meeting.
Yeah, so it'll be brought back. You're not going to have the responses. Do you want to have it, do you want to have Attorney Macy review it before the meeting on the 27th? It's a simple yes or no. I don't see a need for that.
I don't
Any
either,
of you
but-
do? What's the sentiment of the board? Let's go around the horn. Trustee Kalinsky, do you want Attorney Macy to review that before it comes back to the board on the 27th of August?
I would.
Trustee German, yes or no?
No, I don't see the point of him reviewing it.
Okay, Trustee Stigler.
No.
Trustee Dur.
Yes.
I'm a no, so it's 3 no's and 2 yeses, so that will not be reviewed, but it will be back on the 27th.
So we're gonna put out a request for qualifications without making sure that our attorney doesn't have a problem with it.
That's the sentiment of the board, yes, sir.
All right.
Okay? All right, so I believe there was a motion, and the friendly amendment to that would be to have it available for review prior to release at the board meeting on the 27th of August. Is that the motion? I'm trying to remember who made that motion. That was
I did.
you, Trustee German and Trustee Stigler. Is that friendly amendment appropriate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, do I have that correctly? 4 voting aye and 1 voting nay, being Trustee Dur. Okay, moving on then, discussion and possible action on the 20-20 to 20-24 capital plan. Anything anybody wants to discuss or possibly act on that at this point in time? Okay, if not, then we will move on. L, discussion possible action on the quote for the rest of the Village Hall awnings. Any thoughts about that? I'll jump into it so we can move along. I'm not inclined to act on that at this point in time. That includes awnings in front of the east side of the existing fire station, and if we're still unresolved or thinking that might be a possible direction we're going, I can't see spending money on awnings, and the place we're at now, time is such a priority for Clerk Treasurer Nicholas and everything, with election, with budget, with all such things. I don't think we have time to fool around with that, so it's up to all of you, but I won't support that.
I'm fine with moving forward.
Hmm?
I say we move forward.
You want to do it?
No, leave
No.
this one,
Oh.
leave this one.
Leave it alone?
Yeah,
Leave it alone. It's just-
Anybody got a
It's in the
taste?
same boat we were talking about before with all the
Right.
other things.
Anybody got a
changing, so-
taste for wanting to do that?
No.
All right, hearing none, we'll move on then. Emma's discussion and possible action on quotes to replace Village Hall road signs, building sign, and changing DPW trucks from Town of Waukesha to Village of Waukesha. What's your
Same
pleasure on
sentiment,
that, John?
Same sentiment.
I'd also leave that one alone right now. Don't-
I'm in the same place. Anybody disagree? Okay, then we'll move on without acting on that. Discussion, possible action on operator license for Patrick, I'm not sure whether it's pronounced Yanis or Lannis?
Lannis.
L-L-A-N-S. What's your pleasure on that?
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve the operator license for Patrick Yanis.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? I don't want to cut you short if you're still looking through stuff. Okay, if you're ready to vote, all in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0 unanimously. O, discussion possible action on Village of Waukesha Charter Ordinance. We've got Many examples are a lot of those compliments of you, Attorney Macy.
I gave notice as to which communities might be good samples, yes.
Okay. Have you seen those in the pack? You know which ones are in there?
I do, yes.
Okay. All right. What are your thoughts?
I kind of looked over the Richfield one, and I think it has an awful lot of things that would work for the village. There's a few things that probably don't pertain to us, but there's some things I had questions about, I guess. I gotta find it again now.
My take was that many of them, well, they all, many of them contained the same information with their own nuances. I thought the one that most closely represented to where we were trying to get to was either Windsor or Summit, but I don't disagree with Trustee Stigler. They all had substantially what we were trying to accomplish, and just some things that probably needed to be removed, utility boards, park commissions, things of that nature. My question was on a few things that it seemed to be they were, for instance, in Windsor and in others, they specifically lay out the plan commission and the 7 members, and the village president may appoint himself to be a commissioner and may appoint other trustees. Is that not in the village code for state law, Attorney Macy, or are you unsure?
Well, as to the makeup of the plan commission, there is is it in the village statute? I don't believe so. There might be a reference. It's in chapter 62. It basically says, here is the makeup of the plan commission, and the last sentence has been interpreted by the courts to say, but you can ignore all of the above and write your plan commission membership ordinance any way you want. That's specifically, you have to read the nuances. So you have to, unless you follow this, want to follow the state statute, which talks about a village engineer and a village, planner being on voting members and citizens and all kinds of stuff that no longer applies, you have to have an ordinance. Does it have to be in your charter? No. But you have to have an ordinance.
So, I know that I think we all feel we have a sense of urgency with this to maintain the forward motion of our village status. So, I think we should just go through, pluck out what everybody feels is applicable, have the attorney produce a document for us, review it, make sure that it's got everything that we want in it, and then move forward from there.
So are you thinking time is best spent on this is have everybody, to the extent they want to mark some of these things up, mark them up, or if they don't want to consider one at all, cross it off, and then we basically try to consolidate all those responses?
Right.
And I'm all for that. The only question that I would a little bit ask on that, and you can go back with the question, if not who to do that, but whether that is worthy of Attorney Macy's time or what or not, or whether we could find somebody else to compile some of that. I don't know the answer to that. Are all of these in electronic form? Do we know? And maybe we don't know the answer to that. I mean, are they in Word form? I would think.
I got them in
they could be
PDF.
found
Didn't we get them
someplace.
on our email?
Yeah, I got them in PDF.
PDF, but I mean,
that's how I got them.
yeah, but we can even take, I'm not sure how to do it, but I mean, somebody's got a program we can basically take and edit PDFs, right? I mean, that's, no? Yes? Sure, huh? Yeah, you can edit a PDF.
Yeah.
So.
We're not gonna have an attorney do this? Our charter ordinance?
Well, if it's clerical stuff and combining it, I don't know whether that's worthy of his time.
All right.
I mean, I think he's
I
gonna
would
look at it at
prefer,
the
I
end
would
of it.
prefer to review the final draft to make sure
Yeah.
it's in proper form. But some community, as I told you, Vernon has a meeting scheduled, and they're gonna spend as much time on a day going through it and deciding what they want. Keep in mind the charter, and it was very interesting. I was at a staff meeting. I'll make this very short. I was at a training session in Summit, and the village administrator kept referring to that's in the charter. Okay? This is supposed to be the key document that is looked back to. That's the first thing, you know, of the key things. The reason Plan Commission is in there because they didn't have that sentence or that interpretation in the past, and they wanted to do the charter at a minimum has to say what you're doing different than what the state law requires. For instance, the village board by default is a 7-person board. If you're going to make it less than different than 7, you need to have that in the charter ordinance. Okay? You want to have 5, that's got to be in the charter. You want to have numbered seats, that's not in the state law, that should be in the charter. You need to decide if by default the clerk and treasurer are separate positions and are elected. If you don't want that, that has to be in your charter. Okay? So when you look through these, some of these are much more expansive than just changing the law, but that's what's supposed to be in the back of your head. Does that make sense? I just wanted to give that little preamble. The charter is like, you know, the mother document, and that's where your go-to document, and it repeals a certain section of your existing code. So there's two parts in the process. You got to decide what to repeal, and then what is the charter's replacing. You can't have a conflict.
That was going to be my question. Maybe that's the place we need to start with. I mean, we're recodified, but don't we need to know, is this replacing chapters? I don't know which one they are, but is it 1 through 3, 1 through 4? What is it? Isn't that the starting block?
Well, I kind of think what he's saying is that whatever we write will replace chapters 1 through 4 if we specifically say
Agreed,
that.
and I'm just trying to figure out which chapters is it, or maybe can you even tell us real quickly, am I going to repeal it goes away?
I don't know that it has to be any specific one, does it, John? I mean,
Yes, you have to say, we're, okay,
Repeal.
I'll just give you an example, because I just left the Vernon staff meeting. They're repealing their, what's called section, or chapter 84. So they're gonna repeal and replace chapter 84. I think if you look at Windsor and Summit and some of these, you can see that they replaced chapter 1, or chapter 1, 2, and 3. Each of these, if you look at it and then you go to their code, you're gonna see what they replaced. And then you have to do the comparison to your code, because every code's different. Now, I'll pull up your code here quickly and see if I can, that's a question that might be easily answered, you know, while you continue your discussions. If one person's gonna do this, or if you're gonna put a committee together, that's fine. They just have to give notice when they meet that they're gonna sit down and crank through this. I would think you'd be looking at general provisions in chapter 1, but I don't think there's usually a lot in there. It looks like in your code, it's in a lot of it is where we already made changes, Mr. President, with the first ordinance was in Article 1, I'm sorry, Article 2, I believe it is, General Administration. You can do more than comment on changing state statutes, but you have to at least make sure you change those state statutes that you want to have changed by your charter. Okay, home rule charter, which.
Is there a date we have to have this done by, John?
That's a great question, and they just asked me that in Vernon. You start with December 1st. That's the day nomination papers generally go out for the April election. And then you have to go back 60 days, because the charter ordinance has to be in place for at least 60 days. And then there's the potentiality of a referendum, so you got to give you enough time. We were talking in there, ideally August, early August. I'd have to check whether you can go all the way to September.
Of this now?
Yeah. Or your clerk will be elected in April.
That's why we were gonna do this in an all-day event. We decided to do it tonight.
Well, we can still go do it an all-day event. I mean, I don't think we're going to get through this tonight,
Well,
realistically.
And one or
That's
two
what,
of,
that's what we talked about, that we were gonna commit to getting it done. All right,
Well, I mean, how would we do it tonight? Do we take one of these examples and kind of modify that, go through it line by line and change it? I mean, if we can do that, if we can agree on which model we want to use.
that's kind of the direction I was trying to give, is that, you know, we identify the issues from these 5, I think there's 5.
Okay, I brought up Richfield, and you kind of agree with Richfield.
Yeah,
Am I on the?
we can start
are we on board
anywhere,
with that?
they're very
We can do that if
duplicative.
you want. I want to start with Richfield and work
I
through
mean,
it.
it's the one that I went through and
Give
kind
the
of,
attorney what, well, I wouldn't, if somebody's gonna do it freehand, God bless them, but, and then put a document together for our review and, you know, for our final review, and if we want the attorney to review it, but, I mean, when we talk about doing this as either an all-day event or on a separate day, I thought we all agreed that we were gonna do it tonight, knowing that we were gonna push forward and it was gonna go late. That was my understanding.
All right, let's do it.
Because the
Okay,
attorney gave the same dates
all right,
that day.
let's get going. You want to start with Richfield? Let's go.
So I think we need the creation. We can scratch the park commission.
Hold on a second. We'll get to the right
you're on
document.
page 1, is that where you are?
Page 1 of Richfield.
Okay.
Hold on, let me find it. Mike, do you want to mark the copy up? I mean, it's sort of, I guess, kind of pointless for all of us to do it. Are you willing to be the person
Sure.
to do the markup? Good, thank you.
I've got to look at, okay, that'd be great.
What's that?
It starts 5 of 9, I think. No, I'm sorry.
1 of 9?
Yeah, 1 of 9. I take that back, right?
I'm trying to look at what she gave you, because I have chapter 7 administration charter ordinance.
That's what we
Yeah.
got.
From Richfield. It
That's
starts with Article 1 Village Board.
Right.
Yep.
Oh, because you started talking about Park Board and I
No,
thought,
no, that was my mistake. I'm sorry. I was
Okay.
into the document.
I'm rushing to look, you know, for what I might have wrong.
So-
but Thank you.
I'll wait for them. But, Tom, are you there?
I
Are you
am.
on? Okay. Dave, are you there? Okay. Brian's still.
I'm still fumbling here.
That's all right.
Where is it after, right after?
It's after Fox Crossing, if you found that one, it's.
I went one too
Village of
far.
Fox Crossing.
Just says Village of Richfield at the very top of the page.
In small
I
print.
got it, I got it. Okay,
Okay.
let's go. Mike, you want to lead
Constituted
the
village
discussion?
board
Go ahead.
I think we need A. All of whom are elected by the village at large. Nomination papers shall be used pursuant to the proper Wisconsin stat. Term of office, the 4 trustees will be elected. The first election, and then we'll have to change the date, obviously. The term of office of the 2 candidates, this was an interesting twist. The term of office of the 2 candidates receiving the highest number of votes for the first election shall be 2 years. The term of office of the 2 candidates receiving the 3rd and 4th highest number of votes in the election shall be 1 year. I just thought it was an interesting twist. I mean, we can just go with the ways ours are laid out now. So we're gonna have it in 2021, so that's what, supervisors 1 and 3? Keep me honest
You
here.
have to work in what you wrote in your first ordinance about numbered seats.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, so,
You might find what you're looking for in the ordinance we adopted originally for that section.
well,
Do you know of what I'm speaking?
yes, I do. So under the term of office, item B will just be substituted with what's in what we already adopted, which was identical to what was in our previous ordinance, in terms of 1 year it's the 2 trustees and the president, and the other year it's the 2 opposing trustees. We'll just keep that same format. We'll let somebody else go look it up. Okay? Thereafter, the term of the office shall be 2 years. There should be no change there, right?
No.
The term of the village president elected in the first year shall be 1 year. That'll be consistent with whatever we whatever our previous ordinance said. Compensation,
That should
Village
be-
president,
that should
yeah,
be
we
what we
changed
have.
that. We
What did we
changed it.
change?
We went from,
Oh, yeah?
we went to a round number.
Oh, that.
Yeah, but this doesn't have anything specific
No.
in it. It simply says, I mean, the important thing is it cannot be increased or increased
Yeah,
during their
so we
term of
certainly want
office.
that.
That's kind of standard.
The village president, we can keep the second one too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Well, the only thing that I would say on that is, just for me personally, I don't care that much, but I mean, reimbursement for travel, training and attendance at conferences and seminars, when you get to decide whether you want that or not. We had people in the past, I mean, our thing had said that you gotta hand in, receipts and stuff for that. We had people collecting reimbursement without receipts. I wouldn't even be personally in favor of that, to be real honest with you.
But I don't think it's fair to hamstring, I mean, that's your personal
It is.
direction, and it's the direction that I've always taken as a trustee, but I don't think we should hamstrung people in the future.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know, I mean, we can pay for.
each board can
training.
budget,
Let me just finish. I mean, in terms of, and let's get to it, but reimbursement, I mean, training and attendance at conferences and seminars, I mean, we could do that out. A side of this wouldn't necessarily have to be a reimbursement kind of thing. I would personally prefer not to even have that in there.
well, if we don't have it in there, then state law prevails, and then we should go and research what state law says.
I don't know, what does state law say? Maybe it does. Does state law say anything about that?
Yes.
That you have to reimburse people? Maybe it does.
No, it doesn't. I don't know that it says you have to, but it does say something. If your question is, does the state law say something? Yes, the state law says something.
All right, let's move on. I'll put a question mark by that until we hear more.
Sure.
Regular meetings of the village board shall be held once. At least once during each calendar month on such day and such hour and such place as the board designates. Special meetings of the village board called by the president and 2 members of the village board pursuant to 61.32 Wisconsin stat. Does anybody want to change that wording of regular meeting?
Say it again, I missed that.
Regular meetings of the village board shall be held at least once during each calendar month on such day and such hour and such place as board shall designate.
I think that's fine.
Okay? Special meetings, anything you want to change there?
No.
Maybe called by the president and 2 members.
Or 2 members.
Or 2 members, thank you. Okay, so that stays. Appropriate public notice, that's a no-brainer. Any special meeting attended by the president and trustees shall be considered a regular meeting to transact any business that comes before the board. It's fine from my point of view. Open meetings, that should be fine. Presiding officer. This was interesting. The village president shall preside. In the absence of the president, the village clerk or designee shall call the meeting to order and preside until the trustees present shall elect one of their members as a temporary presiding officer. If the president appears while the meeting is in session, the temporary presiding officer shall vacate the chair. I actually kind of like that.
That's parliamentary procedure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's pretty much normal.
Well, but that ain't the way we do it now.
Well, it's
Yeah, no, but that-
relevant, I guess, at
I
this
like it,
point, that's the
okay.
way we're here, but.
Good. Duties, the presiding officer shall preserve order and decorum, decide questions, so this is a parliamentary thing. You want me to keep going until somebody tells me to stop?
Sure.
All right?
The only question I would have is, and it's not a big thing, but do we know for a fact that such a document, latest revisions of Robert's Rules of Order and/or a guide to parliamentary procedure for local governments in Wisconsin, do we know in fact that such a thing exists? Do you know, John?
I don't wanna speak with certainty.
Well,
I
that's
believe
fine.
it must have existed at the time.
Okay,
yes.
might just check I don't have a problem with that, but see that exists,
Well, there's certainly a latest revision of Robert's Rules of Order.
of course. So just confirm that's there and we're good.
Appeals from decisions. Any member may appeal from a decision of the presiding officer. Such appeal is not debatable and shall be sustained by a 3/4 majority vote of the members present, excluding the presiding officer. Roll call quorum. Pretty straightforward. Quorum. Majority of those shall constitute a quorum.
Does this have, I'm just looking at, does this define does this have a definition for a quorum in it or not, or is that?
Majority of the members
Majority
of
of the
the,
members, yeah.
Where, and I'm
First
just asking,
line.
where does it say that?
First line, right after a quorum, it says a majority of the members of the village board shall constitute a quorum.
I see it, under B, got it, thank you. And that would be, just for clarification, a majority of the members of the village board.
Hmm,
I mean, translated, if we're at 5, you'd have to have
three.
3 people. It's not present. I mean, it's not 2 out of 3. It would be of the village board, right?
That's 5
So it
members,
means
counting the
3.
president, that's 3.
Okay?
It says the president shall be counted in computing a quorum.
Right.
clerk pro tem. The administrator shall designate a deputy clerk or other designee to serve as clerk pro tem as needed or required, to the extent this power of the administrator conflicts, thank you, conflicts with the power of the clerk described in Stats 61.19. The Village of Richfield elects not to be governed by such a statute and grants this power to the administrator.
I don't know if that one pertains, we don't have an administrator, and that's giving an administrator all this power.
So we have to understand, do we need to address a clerk pro tem? Do we want the attorney to look into that?
I mean, they make reference to this as a deputy clerk. Do they not have a clerk? Or is that one and the same?
The administrator is the clerk treasurer, and he designates a clerk pro tem to serve, that's.
As needed, it says, right?
So all we have to do is change administrator to clerk.
Change the word administrator to
You need a
clerk.
pro tem. Okay, going back, I wanna make sure everybody understands B, 7.4B, last sentence. Any ordinance, resolution, or appointment shall be necessary for passage, a majority vote of all members of the board. That's a very specific legal terminology. That means that.
I don't think we're looking at the same thing.
Where are you, John?
We're not looking at the same thing,
I
John.
know I'm going back.
Back to what, though, I guess I'm.
7-4B.
Yeah, you weren't reading 7-4B for Richfield.
7-4B is a quorum.
Yeah, you're not reading the same thing that we're talking about. We're on the Village of Richfield.
Richfields.
Okay, on the quorum of majority members of the
Yeah.
village board shall constitute a quorum. The
Okay.
president shall be counted in computing a quorum.
Okay.
A majority vote of all members of the board in favor of a proposed ordinance or resolution or appointment shall be necessary for passage or approval unless a larger number is required. So if there's 3 people there at a meeting, All three have to vote
Right.
in favor. A 2-to-1 won't
Oh,
pass.
say the majority of the total.
Of the total board,
Yep.
regardless of
Yeah.
whether they're there or not.
Right.
Okay, that's a hybrid. That's not the law. The
So
law
we gotta
is-
think about that because, yeah, we do have to think about that, because if you have a quorum present, that's 3 people, but you wouldn't be able to pass anything, right?
No, you wouldn't be able to pass any ordinance, resolution, or appointment.
Oh,
Should be
okay.
the members.
You
of
could
the
do
Unless they
other
all vote
things.
the same. Unless they all vote the
You
same.
could- You could, right.
Oh, unless they all vote the same,
You
that's
could
right.
pass the budget, but let me give you an example. There's 3 of you here, and your village president doesn't vote on the Rickard and Milky bills, you wouldn't be paying the Rickard and Milky bills.
Right.
It'd be 2-0 with an abstention, and you need at least 3 people to vote in favor of the Rickard.
But is that an
Milky bills.
ordinance?
That's your charter ordinance, if you put that sentence in, it's changing state law.
Oh.
It's like your rule of 4 people of the plan commission and move it to the village board. That's not state law, trust me. You're the
Okay.
only community I know of that has that, and that's one thing you're gonna have to decide if you're gonna keep.
Let's just go back to paying the bills type of thing. Is that I mean, that's not a ordinance, it's not an ordinance or appointment. Is that a resolution? I mean, just asking you why you couldn't pay the bills by the way this is written.
If you did the
Because you
bills by
recuse yourself, John,
What's
Brian.
that? If you did payment of
No,
bills by
he's
resolution.
correct. Bills would not apply unless they're being paid by resolution. The
That's
city
what I
of
was saying
Mosquito,
before. I said
for
it wouldn't be an ordinance or anything like that, so that still would be okay to do that, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
This is the important stuff. These are the biggies, right?
Yes, sir.
What does anybody think about that? You okay with that?
Yep.
Yep, I'm good.
I mean, I'd be okay with that. What they're saying is, I mean, an ordinance, a resolution, or appointment, those are biggies, so you couldn't do that with 2 out of 3 people. You okay with that?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, then I apologize for not mentioning that sooner. Clerk pro tem, if I think you can strike that and you put vacant, or we'll substitute something in when you go to your ordinances to put in 705, so you don't have to renumber everything. There's
Okay.
a phrase you'll see if you look in a code that says, deliberately,
Okay.
for future use or something. There's a phrase you put in there when you strike, when you wanna keep the numbering the same.
Conduct of deliberations. The deliberations of the village board shall be conducted in the following manner. When a member is about to speak, they address the presiding officer, be recognized, 2 or more, presiding officer determines. The member shall confine his or her comments to the question under discussion.
That's fine.
No person other than the member shall address the board except by a majority vote of the members present or during a period when the presiding officer has opened the meeting to public discussion.
We gotta think about that for a minute. I mean, does that mean we can't even have, I mean, if you take that literally, we can't even have staff members speak? I mean, if you take that literally, that's what that says to me. I don't get that. I mean, we couldn't even have anybody give a report or anything unless we voted on it.
Are you reading A, Mr. President?
B.
I'm reading B, top of the next page.
7-6B.
You could change that to say, after shall address the board, except by recognition of the president, and strike out except by majority vote of the members present.
Have you got the Richfield one there, John?
I have a different copy.
Oh,
I have the copy they gave me in.
oh, okay,
Burlington.
okay, got it,
I believe it's
all
the
right,
same. It's just much bigger, I can read it very.
okay, that's good.
I don't think it would be right to make it the sole discussion of the president.
Well, I think it's cumbersome though if you're gonna have majority of the members have to vote. Grapes will be sitting here. That doesn't make sense to me either, so if we can come up with something better than that, it's fine with me, but
Or just strike that one out.
I mean, you couldn't even have people, I mean, I think strike it out, I mean, you couldn't even have people I mean, the guy that's coming for a sign request or what or not, I mean, you'd have to vote in order to let him speak. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I think it's pretty cumbersome.
I think you just get rid of that.
I don't want it, well, okay.
Well, go ahead, say it.
Except by concurrence of the members present, meaning the president says, does anyone have an objection to my opening up the floor to hearing what Joan or, you know?
That's a little easier, yeah.
He just says that, and that's very typical in parliamentary procedure. Instead of having the vote, you say, does anyone object to hearing from the petitioner? Does anyone object to hearing from, you know? If you object, then you vote on it. If you no object, or you can strike it.
I just think that's cumbersome to have that in there.
We should remember that this isn't an open public meeting every time we meet. It's a meeting of the board that's observed by the public.
Agreed. That's a problem.
That's a problem?
With the way this is written, yeah. You couldn't even, the way this is written, you couldn't even have staff members speak.
No, I agree that this is not written well.
Yeah.
But that's over and above my statement. My statement is that we should try to remember that this is not just an open public forum. It's a meeting of the board for the board to discuss items before the board.
And I think
for the public to observe that meeting.
I think as a practical matter, we do that.
I don't, but.
Well, I mean, tonight, for an example, I just asked the chief to come up here and give us an opinion as to, you know, how much opioid issues they've had. According to this, we'd have to vote on that to allow the chief to
I'm
come up.
not saying that we should leave it as a vote. I'm not.
Okay, that's what's.
That is too cumbersome, I agree.
Then I'd be fine with what Mr. Macy said, recommended.
Yeah, I think I can live with that.
Except by concurrence of the member present?
I mean, if he
Of the
asked if does
majority?
anybody object to this person speaking, I think, and if nobody has any objection, then we just go ahead and let him speak.
That's fine.
And if somebody has an objection, then you make the motion and you see what the pleasure of the body.
Yeah, if you have to vote them, but I mean, I can't.
I mean, I think on some of that as a practical matter, write anything you want, but if who's ever presiding over the meeting, if you give somebody the opportunity to speak and somebody wants to object, then see if there's concurrence. I mean, I don't think we're gonna ask, I mean, every time we've got somebody here, we're gonna say, do we mind if so-and-so comes up and speaks?
No.
I don't see any, I don't much see anybody that does that. I mean, if people are going to concern and say, I don't think so-and-so should be allowed to speak, then.
How do they handle
let's
this in
do that.
Richfield? Do you attend their meetings?
On occasion.
Yeah. Do you recall any of this? Or not really?
They don't have a lot of people talk during their meetings. They're a little formal in that regard.
Okay.
As a village, I'm not saying that they don't on occasion. They take their public comments very seriously, and with a lot of people attend their meetings. I'm trying to think, you know, I'm sure when some Eagle Scouts presenting their project, they let the Eagle Scouts speak, so I'm sure there are exceptions. And they don't vote on it.
The only thing I'm saying is, as a practical matter on this, I mean, then are we supposed to say, Captain Bodie is here from the sheriff's department? Does anybody object if he speaks to us? I mean, I just think that's really kind of awkward.
Well, I don't see anything awkward about it, but that's, I mean, I think it's fine. I think it accomplishes a purpose, and 99% of the time, it'll just move on, and that's kind of the goal. So are we leaving it vacant, or are we changing vote to concurrence? I'm of the mind to make it concurrence.
I'm of the mind to get rid of it. If we need to put it
David?
back in at some later date, we can do it.
Okay, David?
I'm fine with the concurrence.
Tom?
Sure, I'm fine with it.
The concurrence?
Concurrence.
Bob?
Me too.
All right.
So what's the
it is.
exact wording?
So I'll have it as no person other than a member shall address the board except by concurrence of a majority of the members present or during a period when the presiding officer has opened the meeting for public discussion.
So just to be sure, I mean, I'll respect where all you're at. Anytime then, if I ask Attorney Macy something, I need to basically say, is there concurrence on the board that he can talk?
No, I think this pertains to people from the audience, and other than the staff here, I don't think.
Not the way it's written, then maybe it should say no person other than a member or a staff member or something. Otherwise, I mean,
Okay,
if you're
so
gonna follow
that's-
this, I gotta ask, right, every time, does
So
anybody
you could
object if
say,
he speaks?
no person other than a member or staff shall address the board. How's that? Is that better?
I think it's getting closer, yeah.
All right, well, that's what we're
Making
here
some
for.
sense.
And does this,
Member-
what do we include in the staff then? We include the fire chief, can we include the
Yeah,
sheriff's deputy? and
they're all
of that
staff,
included,
yeah,
right?
sure. This will all come back for,
Yeah.
okay, so let's leave that and we can kick it around some more if we need to. in
I'm
the future.
assuming we wouldn't have to ask that question every time somebody comes up for citizens' comments. Is that fair?
That's fair.
That's the part where you opened it for public discussion.
Yeah, that's listed down there.
That's my
Okay.
analysis.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Any member addressing to terminate debate, excuse me, I'm sorry, let me start over. Any member desiring to terminate debate may call the question, in which event the presiding officer shall announce the question substantially as, shall the question now be called? If 2/3 of the members present vote in affirmative, the main question shall be voted on upon without further debate. Its effect being to put an end to all debate and bring the board to a direct vote, first upon any pending amendments and then upon the main question. I'm okay with that staying.
I'm okay. Anybody else?
Any trustee may demand a roll call vote in any manner. That's pretty consistent with what we got now. The president shall vote as a member. No member of the board shall vote. I had something highlighted here. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. The board member may not change his or her vote. Any member of the board shall have a right to protest against any ordinance of the board which he or she may think injurious to the public or any, so that's pretty straightforward.
But I just got a question. What does that mean, shall have the right to protest against it? I don't understand what that means.
Look up the word protest, I guess.
No, I'm being serious.
No, I know you are.
What does that mean?
I'm kind of lost
not
on that
trying
one
to be
myself.
smug.
I really
Huh?
don't, I don't understand.
What does that mean?
I've never heard anything like that before. I mean, you can voice your opinion against it. That's what we do for deliberation about ordinances and things on the board. But if you think it's injurious to the public, I mean, you take your final vote and everybody moves on at that point, whether you think it is or isn't.
I don't get it.
I don't get it. I don't understand the reason for that. I'd be all for striking. that
John, you
law.
get an idea what that means?
Is it a protest vote?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Is that what that means?
Yes, that, yes.
Well, wouldn't you just vote no? What does
I
a
think it's-
protest vote
I think-
constitute?
I would have to check
An expression or declaration of objection, disapproval, or dissent, often in opposition to something a person is powerless to prevent or avoid.
Still confused.
You want
As
to just
what
scratch
pertains
it?
here. I'm all
Yes.
for scratching it, but
All right,
Get rid of it for now.
since it's the last item, I can just scratch it, right? We wouldn't have to make it vacant?
Yes.
We can live with that, okay. Enforcement authority. I think that first paragraph is fine.
I think it's pretty much what we've been doing in the past, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Village administrator, village clerk, village treasurer, the officers of the village clerk and the village treasurer shall be a candidate into a single office on,
Consolidated.
I'm sorry, consolidated, it's getting late. And the consolidated office shall be appointed, not elected. So first of all, administrator can be scratched.
Yeah.
Village clerk and village treasurer, the offices of village clerk and village treasurer shall be consolidated into a single office on, what would we put there, John, the date that this becomes effective, or the date that it happened in the town originally?
I would say when it became a village, wouldn't you? That's what the charter is
Okay.
the village, right?
Date of incorporation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or is it, well, hold on, isn't it the date of the adoption of this charter ordinance?
When did they adopt this charter ordinance? Does it say anywhere?
Well, I'm saying for us, won't this be consolidating into an appointed and not elected office? Wouldn't that be on the date of adoption of this charter ordinance?
2008, Mike, to answer your question. Yep, that was the date they adopted.
Okay, so it's the adoption of the charter ordinance?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying in my head while you're asking all this stuff to see what the consequences might be
Yeah.
of a lag period where, somebody was, but.
The village, the consolidated office shall be appointed, not elected, as hereinafter provided. The village administrator shall serve as the administrator clerk treasurer. So we could just strike that line, right? Because it's consolidated and we don't have an administrator. The administrator clerk treasurer shall be appointed by the village board, so that'll just go to clerk treasurer. Following his or her appointment, the clerk treasurer shall take office. The clerk treasurer shall serve in accordance with the written job description or contract approved by the village board and shall commonly be referred to as the village clerk treasurer.
I think the thing we gotta look at that, it says, serve in accordance with a written job description or contract. I think we had chat about that. It says you pick one or the other. It's not and or, it's or. I'm thinking that's a written job description.
Or a contract. What's wrong with that? If it's the direction of this board to go with job description, then it's job description.
Could be. I guess it would be assumed the contract would incorporate a written job description. Is that a fair assumption, John?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm okay with that.
The administrator officially calls, so this, can we strike this whole thing? Shall be appointed on the basis of merit. So this should just read the clerk treasurer, right?
Yeah, it'd be fine otherwise.
Shall be appointed on the basis be determined by the village board of trustees. If not a resident of the village at the time of appointment, the administrator shall be a resident of the village of Richfield if required in accordance with the, do we want to just, so how would that read?
Well, you'll note that this was an amendment
Oh,
in
yeah.
2013, so this was not in the original charter. This was something the administrator wanted clarified, I'm sure.
So the clerk treasurer shall be appointed on the basis of merit with due regard to training experience, administrative ability, and general fitness for the office, as shall be determined by the village board of trustees. Should we just stop it right there? If not a resident of the village at the time of appointment, the administrator shall become a resident of the village of Richfield if required in accordance with resolutions and/or ordinances adopted by the village board, as may be amended from time to time. So you can almost go either way. As of right now, we don't have a requirement, but you could make it a requirement. That's the way I read that, right?
Yeah, so you just take it out, but do you
Or
need
we
any-
could just
do you
scratch
need
it.
any of this?
We should scratch that second part.
I kind of like to leave it in there. It gives us the option to decide if we want to have a residence or not.
Have to make
I mean,
them-
it's our option, correct?
There's a state law that might say you can't have residency requirements. in-
Oh, is that right?
It's very limited where you can have residency.
Oh, Milwaukee's still fighting it, aren't they, or not? Milwaukee, didn't they have a
Well,
residency
they have a
for?
different law.
That's right, it's a different country.
I could agree on that. We're not following anything they're doing in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So how do you want it to word?
Well, I think you just, and I'm thinking you strike that. I mean, do I think it would be desirable to have the clerk treasurer be a village resident? Absolutely. Are we gonna require that or require somebody to move into the village within a certain period of time?
So strike everything after the paren board.
I would.
It narrows our
Got it.
field of applicants.
Tom, you on board with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. I'm not a fan of residency. I mean, I understand some of the benefits of it, but,
Maybe we could get it waived for trustees.
Trustees wouldn't have to be residents?
Functions and duties, the administrator, including the officially designated clerk treasurer, shall be chief administrative officer responsible for the village board and the proper administration of business affairs of the village pursuant to the subject to the statutory and case law in the state of Wisconsin, the resolutions and ordinances of the village and the directives of the board with such powers and duties as delegated. How would you like this to?
Strike it.
Strike it.
Strike the whole thing?
Who in a right mind would want to move into the village of Waukesha so you could serve on the village board?
Somebody that lives in Richfield.
Touche.
This isn't a residency requirement. It's a functions and duties. I lost something here, you guys. I'm looking at offices, A2, functions and duties. Where did you get residency out of that? Who would want to move? I'm a little lost.
My comment, I was back to the
Oh, okay.
chatty stuff we
So
had on
what are
part
we doing
one.
with 2?
We didn't read that one yet, Mike.
Oh,
Two's
okay.
gone. We did
2's
two.
gone? You're
One
gonna
is
get rid of
gone,
that,
isn't
the
it?
duties?
One is gone, I thought.
No, let's take a time out here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Here's what I have in my document. Under 7-8 offices, under item 1, I have everything after the word Village Board of Trustees, paren board. Everything after that in 1 is struck.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, now I'm
yes.
dealing with 2.
All right.
We'll catch up now.
Yeah,
Okay. In the meantime, I'm gonna get a glass of water. How's that? Got a whore on that. It's sitting there a long time. What's that?
Got a whore on that.
I guess I was thinking of striking 2.
Are we on a break? If we're in a public meeting, we can't have whispering.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
no, we're,
All right. Did you guys get caught up? Thank you for the clarification.
I don't, if we're in a break, you can whisper all you want. If we're in a public meeting, everybody in the room has to hear what you're saying. Everybody.
So, anything under functions and duties to be changed? I don't think so. So it should say the clerk treasurer, right?
no,
I
I
don't
think
No?
that's gone.
Okay, you want that gone?
I think, I want to
I
strike
can go
it.
either way.
I'd strike
That's
the whole
gone.
thing.
Office of the following shall be appointed, the assessor,
Yeah.
That's statute, right?
okay? Weed commissioner, constable, and marshal.
Well, hang on, you gotta do village trustee and or village president when vacancy arises. You gotta do B2.
Okay,
Is that subject to state statutes, John? Can you tell us that? I mean, if a vacancy arises, that is trustees or village president are appointed in a case of a vacancy?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
So there's no provision for an election during a two-year term at all?
Well, 1724 reads as follows, it's very short, vacancies in village office. Except as provided in 9.10, which I think is a recall, a vacancy in any elective office may be filled by appointment by a majority of the members of the village board with the residue of the unexpired term or until a special election is held as ordered by the village board, or an office may remain vacant until election is held. A vacancy in an appointment office shall be filled in the same manner as the original appointment. So this is saying, subject to 1724, yes, you can fill the vacancies. So it says you shall be appointed.
So this would take out all the part in 1724 about filling an unexpired term by election. That would all be gone if you adopt this.
No, I don't think all of it. First, the 9.10 isn't gone because that's a recall and there's a specific.
Okay, I didn't mean
filling of
that.
one. But also, I think you could appoint for the remainder of the term until a special election. You can appoint. I don't think that's the intent that it says. It does say you shall appoint, okay? Which there's always been a question in the law whether you have to, because you could leave the office, remain vacant until the election is held. This one seems to suggest you should fill it prior to the election being held. It could be worded better, Mike, or you could just decide, you don't need it. You need it if you're changing the state law, okay?
And I would think we'd be better off just to read the state law thing again. Why wouldn't we just leave that in place?
Vacancy in village offices, period, except as provided in 9.10, comma, a vacancy in elective office may be filled by appointment by a majority of the members of the village board for the residue of the unexpired term or until a special election is held, comma, is ordered by the village board, comma, or an office may remain vacant until election is held. A vacancy in appointed office shall be filled in the same manner as the original appointment.
Why wouldn't we just leave that stand?
So that would give the board the option at the time of the event.
Sure. Special election, leave it vacant, whatever, based on timing, I would think.
But leaving it stand is what this says, so. But
No,
we
it
can
doesn't say that to me.
It
Says you shall,
Where? No, it says, village trustee and/or president, when vacancy arises, subject to.
yeah, but Mike, you gotta read the page before. It says the following official shall be appointed on the thing before. I would just strike that thing and just let the state statute stand. That says you gotta appoint. You don't, if you adopt this, you don't have the prerogative to call a special election or leave it vacant or whatever. It's much more restrictive.
Well, I don't mind striking it, but
Well, that's what I think
Okay.
we should do.
Well, I
Anybody
agree.
disagree?
We should go to section
Huh?
7. I want to do section 1724, not appoint this position.
Just leave it by state statute.
Yes.
okay. Weed commissioner, constable, and marshal. The weed commissioner shall be a village public works supervisor or designee. The weed commissioner shall be required to make application for and maintain any and all licenses pertaining to his office and enforce all applicable laws pertaining to the office.
I want to strike the part about being the public works supervisor, though.
I mean, shouldn't
Well,
that,
that's what ours is now.
Is it really? Is that
Yeah.
the way it's written?
It says that it can be the public works supervisor or a designee. Now, this would seem to indicate that the public works supervisor appoints them.
Yeah.
But our ordinance currently is when we don't have one, it was Jerry.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I thought we appointed.
wouldn't it be better just to let that under B and let it be B2, says the following official shall be appointed? Instead of C, just let it be B2 for the weed commissioner?
B2, you lost me. B2 was dealing with the village trustee and/or the village
Yeah, we
president.
struck that, so all
Yeah.
I'm saying is instead of C and this, the village public works supervisor, don't we want that simply to be appointed? Is by the board?
Okay, so C should just be weed commissioner, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna get rid of constable and marshal? We have a constable now.
No, we don't.
Well, it's vacant, but we have a constable now. It's in our ordinance.
It is in the ordinance, because I had thought we had eliminated that. No?
Oh, I didn't think so. I could be wrong if
I
you
could
think
be
we
wrong
did.
too, but I thought we eliminated the constable's position. That's what my understanding was
When we codified?
I'm not sure when, but I just remember that being, it could be, I could be wrong on that though. Don't quote me on it for sure, but.
The weed commissioner should be B2, not C. It should just be B2, right?
Oh.
We're appointing an assessor.
Oh, yeah, okay,
and
we could do
appointing
that.
a weed commissioner. So strike C.
So strike C and make
it's
it B2.
Well, if I may, you only have one other office, so shouldn't assessor be B and weed commissioner, C? A is village clerk treasurer, appointed. B is assessor, appointed. C, I don't know what you're gonna do, weed commissioner, constable, or marshal, or just what you're gonna do there. You haven't gotten that far, but to be honest with you, since you don't have any other office other than assessor, B could just be assessor.
Well, we do have a
Following me?
we do have a weed commissioner.
I know, and I'm just getting you on the format of, you don't need a B1 when you don't have a B2.
Right.
You
But I
don't
was
need
saying,
another-
make weed commissioner B2, and you don't have to repeat it. It'll simply
Yeah.
say,
So you
the
could have-
following official shall be appointed, and it's gonna be the village weed commissioner.
So under B, you'll have other offices, you'll have B1 assessor and B2 weed commissioner.
Bingo.
What are you doing with constable and marshal?
Scratching it, or do you wanna keep constable? Can somebody look in our ordinance quick and see if we still have it?
Why wouldn't you get rid of both of them?
Okay,
I think they're gone.
all right. Done.
So that 2 is staying.
The 2 is staying.
But it's gonna become 3?
A and B.
Is it B3? Cause you got
No,
B2
it's-
as a weed commissioner.
Yeah,
It's
I
either
thought we
C or
were,
it's B3.
I thought we were scratching the constable and the marshal.
Yeah, so that paragraph is either B3 or it's C. Take your pick. We got B1 and B2 as weed commissioner, so the business about abolishing the office constable marshal is either B3 or it's C. I don't care which it is. What do you want?
I'm sorry, I'm not following you.
He's saying you have to have it in writing that we're abolishing those positions.
B1 is assessor.
Oh, we need to abolish?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
B1 is assessor,
Okay.
B2 is weed commissioner, constable can either be B3 or C.
Okay, so it's
Whatever you want.
B3 will be to abolish the
Just
constable
the way it's
and,
written there.
Right.
okay, got it. I didn't read down that far. Okay. As long as we're doing all this, who's putting this into final draft? No, I'm not. I'm taking notes.
That's what we agreed
That's what we
to.
thought.
No, I'm not.
That's what we agreed to.
Didn't we vote on that?
Yeah. Go back and look at the YouTube. I thought it was you, Mike.
No, I'm taking notes.
Well, isn't that the same thing?
Well, I'll hand this to you when I'm all done.
No, I didn't agree to it. My
Appointments.
handwriting's terrible.
Appointments. Appointed officials shall serve at the pleasure of the village board and may be appointed for a fixed term not to exceed 3 years. Appointment shall be in writing. A person may be reappointed to the same office. Expiration of the term for which the appointment has been made shall automatically create a vacancy in office. No person lawfully removed from office for cause shall be eligible to fill. No person shall have the right to be reappointed to an office. Appointments to office shall be made by a majority vote of the village board. A corporation or independent contractor may be appointed as village assessor in compliance with provisions, Wisconsin stat, and as the same may be amended or remunerated from time to time. Sounds fine, huh?
Just question about that. That says appointments to office shall be made by a majority vote of village board, and that ties back to what we had before under 7.4B, a quorum majority vote of all members of the board. I think that should even be reinforced to be consistent. That would be made by a majority vote. You need to add the words all members of the village board, right? Not just present.
By a majority vote of all members.
Right.
Yeah, all members.
And the only thing that I would say, and maybe John can help us on that, we kind of stumble over the thing now because some appointments are made by the president and confirmed by the board. I can never quite get my head around what the difference is that between that and appointed by the board. Can you help us clean that up? What does that mean?
There's a state statute that says that all appointments are made in one of three ways: by the village president with concurrence of the village board, or by the village board.
So this is a third of those three options.
So it sounds like you're eliminating those two other options.
But we've kind of got our foot in two buckets on that now, don't we?
Well, everyone could be different, sure. I mean, yeah.
No, I mean our existing stuff, because some of them have gone through with Kathy, our appointments, and they're confirmed or concurrence of the board, some are the board. So this would make that all to a majority of vote of all the members of the village board.
What about no person shall have the right to be reappointed to an office?
Yeah, they don't have a right to be reappointed. They can be. We good? We moving on? Okay. The duties of each office shall be.
Can we just go back to one thing? Where did we see something about this business not to exceed 3 years if this pertains to appointments to the fire commission, and maybe it doesn't, but those are 5-year appointments. So how do we deal with that? John, does this apply to appointments to the fire commission?
I think this, my reading of it was that it's all appointments. So it would.
Should that then be not to exceed 5 years? Or how do you want to deal with that? Because that conflicts with what we've got right now.
Well, I guess it's the pleasure of the body. If you want your fire commissioner to go to 3 years, that's what the charter ordinance would do. It was change the state statute that says 5 years. So there's no right or wrong. It's what is the pleasure of the body. If you want all of your appointments to be 3 years, you would adopt this as your charter.
Well, and this is not to exceed. So, for example, we've got, I mean, just did it yesterday, those appointments to the joint court are 1-year appointments. That's okay, because this is not to exceed 3 years, but you either got to back off the fire commission ones, or you got to bump it to 5 years, right?
Yes.
Those are your choices.
I would say not to exceed 5 years then. That would be because it's consistent with what we've been doing in the past.
I mean, you could put 5 years in there, it's consistent with what we got now.
Right.
It's just not to exceed, you can make them less.
You can make it less if you want to.
Okay, done. The duties of each office shall be those as required by Wisconsin stats, rules, and regulations, the village ordinances, and as determined by the village board from time to time. No contract for an office shall limit the duties to be performed by the official of the village board, and administrator from time to time shall establish reporting requirements for all officials.
Sounds harmless to me.
Want to make it vacant? Or just change the administrator to clerk treasurer?
No, I think that should just be the village board.
Okay. Done. Removal from a term of office shall be by affirmative vote of at least 3/5 of the village board, unless said village is governed by an applicable contract which prescribes a different removal procedure. A removal shall be made by order delivered to the official. If he or she cannot be found, then mailed in a certified United States mail, postage prepaid to his or her last known address, and a certified copy which shall be filed in the office of the clerk. If removal is for cause, the order shall contain a statement of the cause or causes for which the removal is made.
The only concern I've got about that is the first part. John, maybe you can help us, but removal from a term of office. Removal of who? And what term of office? I mean, what does that mean? You're not removing elected officials or whatever. What does that apply to?
Any of your appointed officials.
So should that say
No, 'cause
removal?
This is under Article 2, appointed officials.
This is all under appointments.
Okay. I'm with you.
So you're in the
Okay.
middle of a term. And you can
An
remove them.
appointed official. All right,
Unless they have a contract, you can remove them by 3/5.
got it. Okay, I like it.
Article 3, commissions, boards, and committees. Any issues with the definitions? Good. Creation, Plan Commission, Park Commission goes.
I would say so.
Board of Appeals, Board of Review, Architecture Board of Review goes. Administrative Review Appeal Board goes. So we just have the three.
We gotta think about F, but we don't have to do that tonight.
About
Okay.
what?
F, there might be a state statute. When we get to that one, let's look at it more closely. Just put a question at F, please.
What about Fire Commission? Does that belong in here?
Certainly can.
Okay.
Village of Richfield has a private fire company that they contract with. They don't have a fire.
Okay. I'll replace Park Commission with Fire Commission. Or no, I won't. Somebody will.
Do we have, I mean, just looking at this, do things at all belong in here are, just, I'm not thinking through, but Board of Review, our Joint Municipal Court Committee, does any of that kind of stuff belong in here at all? We've got our, I mean, this is commissions. Is that different than a committee? Yeah, this is referring to commissions and boards. So this isn't committees. Probably.
But there's no other place in this ordinance that addresses committees.
Right.
So an official body of the village to which has been delegated particular duties which are to be performed in the expectation that such acts will be confirmed by the village board, or that its recommendations and advice will be of aid and assistance to the village board in determining what acts and functions the village should perform. The village board shall set the duties and tenure of all committees. All committees of the village shall have a sunset date set by the village board so that each committee accomplishes its goal and objectives in a timely manner, and the village board may, at its discretion, extend the sunset date of the committee.
Do we get into any kind of a mess with that, with our joint planning committee and shared services committees with Vernon and McGuanago? I mean, those are kind of, I've got that in perpetuity language in there. Do we get into a mess with that at all? With saying they have to sunset or end?
Yes, I think I'd strike the last two sentences.
Get rid of the last two sentences.
So all committees of the village shall have a sunset, strike that from there on?
These are special committees, these aren't.
Right.
What you're talking about. So then to the president's comment that we should add,
So let me put it this way and see if we can even do this. But those things that we're calling a committee that he's referencing, can we call them a commission or a board?
no, just add them to the list on the next page. They're a committee.
Okay,
It says commission, boards, and committees, Article 3.
okay. So what were the other, ones? We got fire commission,
Joint planning,
what's the court one called?
joint municipal court.
Yeah. What are, I lost it under 713. Are you adding the word committees to that? Was that what you're doing?
We should, yes.
Okay. Following commission, boards, and committees? I mean, I guess, Mike, are you and I, are we the TIF? Is that a committee? You got joint planning.
So,
Or
wait, let me get,
Tom.
so we got joint municipal court,
Yeah.
we got joint planning,
With each of the communities.
Yeah, you really probably need a separate line item for
so
that.
joint planning McGuanago and joint planning Vernon.
And
And then we got shared services,
Right.
McGuanago and Vernon. TIF, right? What's the name of that? How do we want to reference the name of it?
I have to look it up, I don't have it.
Okay, we can address it later. Anybody think of any others?
The other thing I would ask is, should the last one on this say something about, and does it need to say something about other such commissions, boards, or committees that may be created from time to time, or whatever? Don't you need to put that into there?
No, they just wouldn't be they just wouldn't be controlled by the charter ordinance. You can have another section of your
Okay.
regular ordinances
Okay.
talking about special committees.
Okay, fair enough.
Appointments?
I don't understand that. If this applies to commissions, boards, and committees, those aren't village offices, are they?
No.
I don't think 714A doesn't make any sense. C might make some sense. Manner of providing notices? Does B make any sense?
Well, B would be posting for appointments, right? The manner of providing notice. The notice shall be provided in at least 2 newspapers or publications having general circulation.
But we don't do that now.
Well, maybe
For
we
these
should.
committees, right? Huh?
Maybe we should.
I don't see that.
I don't either, but I guess this is what Richfield does. This doesn't mean this is what we have to do.
Right.
Not at all.
I think we post on our website, that'd be at least. rather
All right,
than-
let's
think
go
we
back to
do that
A.
now,
It
don't
should
we?
say, upon learning of any vacancy in any committee, board, or commission, village commission, board, or committee. Not office. President's correct.
Village,
Commission, board, or
Commission.
committee.
committee.
And I don't know that "and" is supposed to be there. It's upon learning of a vacancy on any of the aforementioned prior to the expiration of the term. 'Cause if the term expires, we don't have to worry about this, correct? You just
Right.
appoint someone. And I would think you'd say the village clerk treasurer, that's the only person you
Yeah.
got, gives the notice of the vacancy, right?
Right.
So upon learning of a vacancy of any village, commission, board, or committee,
Comma, prior to the expiration of the term,
yeah, prior to the expiration of the term, the village clerk treasurer or his or her designee shall provide notice of the vacancy to the position. The notice shall encourage all eligible village residents to apply. We're gonna strike B, because we just said we're gonna provide notice. How we provide notice will be up to us, right?
well, we're not paying for the notice, she's just sending the notice to two newspapers, you know, to the Freeman and Now or something.
Well, but if we strike
We're
B,
not.
we can provide notice any way we want.
But then each time there's a vacancy, you've gotta meet and tell her how to give notice. You
Well,
don't
goes,
wanna do that.
it goes on the town website, doesn't it?
I'd rather just put town website then.
But then you can only do town website.
Well, you can say the notice at a minimum shall be provided on the town website and posted on the official.
And other applicable means.
Yeah, we have
So
our
the notice shall be,
notice boards, I'll put 3 of those, I could put it on notes too, couldn't you?
so the notice shall be provided via village website and other means is directed by, and other means is
But-
applicable.
But the trustee said, and posted on the official village posting location.
Okay, posted on official boards.
Then it says the village will also strive to communicate these vacancies in other available forms. So I don't think you have to add anything more than one sentence that you said about, and otherwise directed by the, I mean, the village board always reserves to itself, I think, the right to say also, you know, calls, I don't know.
Well, we already got the village boards and be posted on all official village posting locations.
Yeah, the one that you added about and is otherwise designated still might lead the clerk treasurer to say every time there's a vacancy, is there any place else you want
Okay.
me to give notice? And you're trying to create a law that gives them the guidance they need without having to come back every time.
Are we okay with a paid publication is not required?
All right.
Okay. Timing of notice, the notice shall be provided no later than February 15th for all appointments made in April and May. Notice shall be provided at least 30 days prior to the date of the meeting at which the village board will consider the appointment and fill vacancies that occur during the year.
Just, I guess, just a
Go ahead.
comment on that. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but then clerk treasurer's gonna be, have to be up to speed to get this done. You know?
What, are we saying here that you can only take applications in this one time a year, or?
Can we just cut that one out?
That's what I'm-
Well, it's for everything that would be coming up that's expiring.
Just the expiring.
Yep.
I mean, if somebody quits,
Then you would fill it right away.
okay, that's fine then.
The notice shall be provided annually, no later than February 15th. So if you got, one planning commissioner coming up in April, you're gonna post a notice to fill it and say, no later than April 15th, say, we got an opening.
But this is ambiguous, because it says appointments, as vacancies arise, the following process should be used to fill the vacancies, colon. And then you get down to timing of notice, and it's really talking about all appointments. You understand what I mean? And there were some amendments that may have caused this confusion.
of the things that isn't clear is if they're up for reappointment, are we giving notice that there's openings to be filled? This needs some work, is the point I'm making.
I think that's what C is suggesting, isn't it? I mean, if any position is gonna open up, those all have to be noticed. That's why I'm reading it. Under C, I mean, anybody whose term is gonna expire, that has to be noticed, right?
I just think that intro language somehow has to be stricken.
Isn't the first sentence in C kind of in conflict with the second one? It says the notice shall be provided annually no later than February 15th for all appointments made in April and May, and then it says notice shall be provided at least 30 days prior to the date of the meeting at which the village board will consider the appointment to fill vacancies that occurred during the year. So other than those, okay.
Does anybody need a break?
Sure. I do. 10:14, reconvene at 10:20.
Sure. We are 10:15, we are taking a break.
Right, that's why I quit. That's why I finally came up.
It was awesome.
You gotta stay 15 minutes after we're done.
You think so?
Pretty good. So you can start typing this.
I'll,
I'm sure there's a clerk in his office.
I'll get back to you on that.
She probably would pay better than I do.
Oh, he must have a clerk. You got a clerk, right? Probably got 2 or 3 of them.
What page are you on?
5 of 9.
Oh, yeah, the only two things I listed in are the last two things on the agenda.
Oh.
Stay later than what?
King league, so you get to stay longer. It's in the ordinance, Tom.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll have to write me a citation then.
Not for me. What do we got after this, just to pay the bills?
I have no reason. Ask around. I don't know. The boss man said.
You need to settle the hours, item 14A. That's why she's waiting.
Oh. That's why you're waiting? Oh, sorry. You should have said something, we'd have moved it up. You should have said something. Sorry.
She did at the very beginning.
Well, no, I realize that, but we could have moved it. I knew this was gonna go long.
I didn't know what it meant.
No.
I thought maybe it was just.
I mean, this is the way we decided to do it. Like I said when we got started, we contemplated doing this on a whole day.
Okay, we are back in session at 10:20 PM.
All right, where were we?
Timing of notice, I think.
I mean, point of order, can we break away for just a moment and talk about the hours of the office? Does anybody object to that? Oh, we still got possible discussion and possible action on job descriptions too. Oof. You got a pen? You got one, don't you? No, it's a pencil. Okay.
Soldier on through.
Would you like to go to the change of office hours? That's what Betty's waiting for. Would you prefer not to do that?
Well, I don't care. Is that what you were waiting for? We can do that. Sure, I don't care. Works for me. All right, we're gonna depart from item 13O, and we're gonna go to item 14, which I put on the agenda for discussion only. And it is change of quote office hours on quote 8 AM to 4:30 PM. I thought about that, and again, it's just for discussion. We can talk about it tonight, you can think about it, but a couple of different things. I looked, and you can all do it, look and see a lot of municipalities in Waukesha County, particularly some of the bigger ones, cities and villages. Most of them have office hours that go till 4:30. We currently go till 4 o'clock. There are some that are less, that may go till 3:30, some go to 4 o'clock. Genesee goes to 4:30, Village of Pewaukee, City, and I didn't look at all of them, but City of Waukesha, Village of Elm Grove, City of New Berlin, most of those go to 4:30. My thought about that is a couple-fold. If we were to consider doing it, I think it's a good time to do it with the significant changeover of personnel. I look at it and say, for me, 8 to 4:30 is an 8-hour workday with a half-hour lunch hour. So for people who are working full-time 8-hour days, I think it works that way. I think we can give better customer service. which we need to be all about, to residents of the village of Waukesha, some people who work first shift thing, some of those people get off at 3:30, they got travel distance type of thing. I think there are a lot of good reasons to go to 4:30, so I wanted to open that up for discussion, and if there's time to do it, I think it's time to do it. I smile, and somebody might know the history of it, but I look at the front door out there, and there are vinyl letters on there that have office hours until 4, and then there's a blank, and then another 0 p.m. I suspect at one point in time that might have been something, a number was peeled off. So I put it out there for discussion. I think it's something we ought to give consideration to. I think that, for me, defines an 8-hour workday, and I think people should be taking a half-hour lunch hour. So open that up for discussion. Again, I purposefully put it on there for discussion only, so we can't act on it tonight, and folks might even want to talk to town residents. So that's my thought.
I can see where you're coming from, the later afternoon part, the 4:30. It does help out a little bit with things.
I'm not strongly opposed, but I have to say, in all my time on the village board or the town board before this, never once have I had a person question me about hours going later. So I hate to do something that doesn't seem to have a need.
I
Any other
don't,
thoughts?
I'm kind of in the middle of it yet. I don't know that it's, I mean, as far as, you know, Betty's brought up the fact of overtime, but I don't believe that that's, I think you should make it half an hour in the middle of the day and go to lunch. They can, if they have to close the office for a half an hour, close the office for a half an hour.
Let me just address that for a minute. I guess my thought on that, we don't, I mean, be argumentative, but we do not pay overtime. I mean, the clerk treasurer position is going to be, and we'll talk about that with candidates, that's a salary-based position. And the whole idea of a salary-based position on that, if you're self-directed, you put in the amount of time that you need to put in to get your work done. I strongly believe that going forward, clerk treasurer needs to be on premises here, short of vacation time, personal time, sick time, time out to be out of the office on village business. I think clerk treasurer needs to be in this office Monday through Friday from opening time to closing time. I'm not talking about paying overtime for people even that are working a couple of days a week. It's still an 8-hour day from 8 to 4:30, and you take a half hour for lunch. I don't even think we need to close the office for lunch hour. If there are 2 staff people here, stagger your lunch hour time. Somebody can take 11:30 to 12, somebody can take 12 to 12:30, or do 12 to 12:30, 12:30 to 1. I see no reason to close the office if there are 2 people here. So that's my thought.
Let me understand, make sure I heard you correctly. Are you saying that the prospective future clerk treasurer would be expected to be in the office 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday, in addition to their outside duties to the town? Like this meeting?
Yes. Absolutely.
So your minimum requirement for the clerk treasurer for a 2-week cycle is about 90 hours? Maybe more? I mean, 80 hours is a 40-hour work week.
Depending on how long a meeting like this goes, yes. Could very well be a 45-hour week, absolutely. That's where a lot of salary-based positions are. You do what you need to do to get the job
I've
done.
worked salary-based position for a good chunk of my life.
Yeah, I understand that. No, I don't think, I mean, directly to the question, I don't think you work flex time. I don't think you take every Friday off. That's my point of view.
Okay. I think we need to be clear of those expectations when we're interviewing people.
I agree, absolutely.
Agree.
We've got a pretty consistent record of meetings going past 10 o'clock, coming back to work at 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay,
I don't have a problem with that either. I think the salary matches the demands of the job, so. I think it's more than fair. But I believe that the office is open, the clerk should be here.
so what do you do about vacation time then?
Well, they take their vacation time. If they want the week off, they take the week off, but
Okay,
whenever they schedule it, like any other job. That's why we have deputy clerks to fill in the,
oh, okay, I just wanted to be clear. That's what I thought I heard, so.
Anything else? We don't need to belabor it. I mean, we can bring it again back for discussion and possible action. I put it on simply as a discussion item and give people time to think about it and talk to town residents and collect your thoughts.
Do other department heads take comp time in the town?
That's a good question. I might not be the best person to answer that. You might know better than I do. I think if Jerry does some of the snow plowing and he's out all night long or whatever not, I think he may take, quote, comp time, unquote. I mean, if you can ask the question, I think one of the things we absolutely need to do, it's been on the list for too long, but we've got I'll call it an employment manual for lack of something better. I think that needs to be a high priority to go into that and get that cleaned up. So we've got consistent policies for hourly based employees, salary based employees and so forth. I think there's a lot of work to do there.
Well, if we're gonna treat I feel it's important to treat all of our salaried employees the same. So if the expectations of the new clerk treasurer are that you work 40 hours in the office a week, plus whatever other issues are, then I think it's the same for everyone. I mean, if you're a salaried department head of the DPW, you work 40 hours a week in the office, and if we get snowstorms, then I don't know how that's any different than town board meetings that go till midnight or till 10:30.
I missed something. You said in the office? I mean, public works people aren't working in an office.
Okay, on the job, 8 hours a day.
Yeah, but also that Public Works also enters on CDL, you can't be
Lots of
behind the
work
wheel.
There's lots of work that they can do outside of behind the wheel. I mean, we need to be consistent, that's all I'm saying.
I agree.
And I think there's some pretty substantial amounts of comp time that's taken. I'm just asking that we be consistent.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we need to get a good understanding of what's going on. I don't disagree with that for a minute.
well, I'd like to understand what's going on, because I really don't. I don't know what Jerry gets an hour. I don't know if Jerry's salaried. I don't know any of this
I
stuff.
think that would be important for you to know.
Well, it is. That's what I'm asking.
You know, that information's coming.
Well, I think that information's been there all along.
Well, all right, we're a bit far afield. This was about a discussion only about the possibility of changing office hours. So given the lateness of the hour, we're not going to wander off into all of those other kind of areas, respectfully, okay? Anything more to discuss about this at the moment?
I think prior to hiring, we're gonna have to get it on a agenda.
Well, it's a good point.
So our employee handbook book does have an entire section that's dedicated to compensation time. So I'm just saying. So if you want to know what the policy is, that's the policy. It's been addressed. If you want to change it, we're certainly
Well,
welcome to do
it
that.
may be, but the question is it, I mean, and I see some of these things a little bit differently. I don't think it should be up to particularly when they're interacting with the public in the clerk treasurer's office, for somebody basically to decide to take, I would call it flex time, and I mean, be straight out, simply decide not to work on Friday. I don't know how that ever came to be.
As long as we treat all the salaried people the same, that's only fair. Because if you do anything different, you're gonna get yourself into labor trouble. You can't make a rule up for one position.
Okay,
That's
we're
not consistent.
off the subject on this. We're talking about the possibility of expanding office hours. If there's nothing more to say on that, we're done, and we're gonna go back and see if we
Go back to the
can
charter.
finish up and go back to the charter ordinance, okay? Thank you.
We were on appointments, 714C.
It's confusing as to whether it's for vacancies or
So let's just
openings
rewrite it.
or both. So someone, whoever works on it, can make it clear. The introductory language causes part of the confusion. As vacancies arise, the following process will be used to fill these vacancies. Now you can say as vacancies arise, or, you know, petitions expire, if that's the right word, or, you know, lapse, you know.
This is, I'm just gonna even interrupt for a minute. This is a good and healthy discussion, and I don't want anything to be argumentative about it. I did think when we started this, Mike, and maybe I misunderstood, I thought you were gonna take the lead with some that's been leading discussion and stuff to clean up this document, and if you're unwilling to do that, if that was the intention, I'm not sure where we're gonna be at the end of the evening here. If we gotta have this done the 1st of August, are you not willing to do that?
I don't have time to type this document.
Okay,
I mean, I don't-
then I
I
misunderstood.
I don't have time to type this document. I can work with somebody who's typing it.
Okay.
If they need clarification on what my notes are, but I don't have time to sit down and type this document.
Okay, but you could work with somebody, you're taking the notes, work with somebody if somebody wants to do the clerical part of it. Okay, so if Mary or somebody would do this, you can work with her at least to get us the next step.
Sure.
Good, okay. Continue. I mean, we gotta create a form. Do we like D? Is that what we wanna do?
The strike administrator and clerk treasurer.
I mean, I'm not opposed, personally opposed to this. Everybody needs to understand this is a bit different than the way we've done it in the past, and that's okay if that's who want to do it. I mean, we've not had people fill out application forms for, and I mean, this would apply for Plan Commission, Board of Appeals, Board of Review, Fire Commission, TIF, joint things, shared stuff and everything. I mean, that's okay.
What is the, what do we do now?
Huh?
Nothing. Nothing. Well, I had to fill out a complete resume, remember?
How could I forget?
How could you forget that, right? Only first, Renee Ramirez and myself were the only two that ever had to fill out a resume for appointment to the Plan Commission.
All right, I mean, we can stay
Renee
with
was
that. Everybody's happy
overqualified,
with
but I
that.
wasn't. Remember that?
Clearly. Clearly.
I never forgot that. I never saw that in my life before.
Does everybody like that? I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Then we just need to be consistent and follow through on it.
Who's
Well, I mean,
taking
are we
the
gonna
action
have an
item to create the form?
What's that?
Who's taking the action item to create the
That's
form?
exactly where I was just gonna go.
Precisely.
I'm fine with getting rid of it, striking it off.
I'm
It's
fine
worked
with the way we've
fine
been doing
for how
things.
many
The form
years?
thing?
Yes.
And no more resumes.
All right, so strike D. I'm okay with that. I mean, in the past, we've had people come forward, present their credentials or whatever, answer questions. I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so strike D. Is everybody on board with that?
I'm on board.
Make it simpler.
First part of the first sentence is helpful because I get asked, do you have to be 18 years old to apply for a position?
So leave that in, sure. Okay.
it's not a vacant position, this position. This has to be rethought, whoever does it, to deal with both appointments and vacancies.
You always want village residents?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so.
E, I mean, is a lot of that gonna go the last sentence, all members of commissions, boards, committees must be residents of the village and serve at the pleasure of the village board, that's applicable. Does most of the rest of this stuff go into here? Well, maybe the one before that, all appointments shall take into consideration qualification, members of specific commission or board, committee established time to time, maybe that stays. Do we want more than the last two sentences on E?
No.
The rest of that gets awful busy.
The village board shall review the applications received after initial summary. President, if the code or other applicable laws authorize the vacant position to be filled by the village board, the village board shall make the appointment upon consideration. Oh, yeah, we're getting into applications.
I'm not even sure what that second to the last sentence means. I mean, it says all appointments shall take into consideration the qualifications for members of the specific commission, board, or committee as established by the village board from time to time. I mean, I don't even think that doesn't even mean anything, does it? I mean, do we just keep that last sentence? You have to be a village resident.
I like the last sentence, that's it.
Is there anything else that we want out of that? You ready to go to 7:15, Mike?
Yeah.
I mean, the plan commission, I personally like the way it is right now.
Wasn't that the first sentence? Or the A?
Yeah,
Plan
but-
commission consists of 7 regular members,
Yeah,
5
but-
of whom are
yeah,
residents.
First
who do
sentence,
not-
I think, is fine, we go on with the rest of it.
So A stays the way it is,
Well, not the rest of it on the next page.
subject to the confirmation of the village board. The village president shall appoint 2 other members. One or both such appointees may be village board members. The village president may include himself or herself as one of the village board appointees. You don't want that in there?
I personally like it the way it is now, that we've got 5 citizen.
Isn't that what this is reflecting?
No, because right now, the village president is a member and the head of the plan commission by virtue of position, and then one of the trustees is elected to be the other plan commission member. I think that works well,
So what do you want it to say?
just the way it is now. Yeah. I mean, doesn't everybody think that works okay?
Wants to transfer over the current code.
Well,
You want us to go get it and read it to you?
well, somebody's gotta look it up and type it in. So do you want B in there or no?
Well, I think it's gonna be moot because of what you're gonna insert.
That's what I'm asking.
Well, B will work.
I mean, every 3 to 5 minutes we have of silent time here is precious.
Well, B is,
I guess I'm thinking that A through E, I think it is, I think you just take it out and put what we got in there now. That's what I'd do.
Okay.
I don't know. What does anybody else think?
I already took it out, so let's go. The plan commission shall have the powers and duties prescribed in the village code. Is that okay? The village board shall establish annually the compensation to be paid by members to defray expense related to serving on the commission. Majority of the members of the plan commission shall constitute a quorum. If a quorum is not present, the fact shall be entered in the minutes and the meeting shall be adjourned.
We have stumbled on that in the past. Do we need to even clean that up? A majority of all of the members of the plan commission shall constitute a quorum. Remember, we stumbled through that before. I mean, it's either you gotta say all the members or all the members present. I mean, that's gonna be cleaned up, doesn't it?
Well, the plan commission, this is the way it's written, constitutes you, the president, one trustee plus
Right.
them. That is the plan commission, correct?
So do we want it to be a majority of all members, or do we want it to be a majority of members present?
It's all members now, right? A majority
No,
of
it's
all of the
four
members.
So it's totally different now.
Hmm?
Oh, I'm sorry, constituted quorum, I was talking about action.
Right now, it's a majority of all of the members, so you'd have to have 7 to have a quorum. I'm fine with staying with that.
So you have to have 4 to have a quorum.
Right.
Is that what you want? A majority of all the members?
Yep.
That's what it is now,
I'm gonna leave it as it is.
okay? Now we're gonna get really messy, because we're gonna get into all these other fire commission, board of appeals, board of review. I mean, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Well, we've got Board of Appeals next on here.
Okay. Well, but do we wanna scratch park commission
Yep.
Sure.
and put in fire commission?
Well, then we have to use what we've got now for fire commission. What are our rules regarding that?
Well, there's section 2-183, and they're lengthy, but I can read them if you like. We've got fire
Well-
commissioners, definitions, board procedures, you know.
That's from ours? Okay.
Can we just copy ours over to it?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't,
What is it, to what?
2-183. And plan commission is 2-182.
I'm sorry, 2-183 is what?
Board of Fire Commissioners,
Okay, and then what was 2?
plan commission.
Plan commission, okay. 2-183. 2-182.
I mean, do we think, and I'm trying to make this simple, but Board of Appeals, Board of Review, Fire Commission, don't we just kinda take or at least a place to start what we got now and plug it in there?
I think so. It's been working before. I don't see why we need to change it.
Okay, I'll work on that.
What is this Administrative Review Appeals Board, John? Do we have something like that?
Well, I'm afraid that the state statute, I wanted to check that. Yeah, this is a state law about reviewing certain things. It may be that towns aren't required to have one and villages are. So that's what has to be looked at, and I don't.
So we gotta look at that.
going as quickly as I can, 6811.
Wouldn't you take, it's not a big thing, but at the end of this, the 7-21 interpretation, I mean, it's definition of terms and stuff, wouldn't you migrate that to the front of it? Is that usually where you find stuff like that?
I'm sure they didn't wanna have to put that kind of stuff at the beginning, I think just to, they want something a little more juicy at the beginning, but sure, you can make that argument. That's because you have, the other thing is you may decide you don't need that, cause you're not dealing with that section of the code. So this is chapter 68 of the state statutes, administrative review, and I can't find the sentence, but I think it says that if you don't create a body, then the village board has to do it. So this community decided to create an independent administrative review board.
I would prefer not to go there unless we need to. I mean, it's just another something to deal with. Anybody else have any thoughts about that? Tom?
No, I think that the board can handle that.
Mike, do we need to go there unless we're required to by statute? Trying to make things simple.
It's not required.
Okay.
Review under this section may be made by the officer, employee, agent, agency, committee, board, commissioner, body who made the initial determination. However, an independent review of such initial determination by another person, committee, agency of the municipality may be provided by the municipality.
Okay. Did we, I don't want to cut it short, but did we go as far with that tonight as we can go?
If the direction to Mary is going to be that she looks up every one of the other ones and just puts in there in the same form as, you know, as this, so that it's consistent as to
Sure.
form, you're gonna still have some work to do to add some meat to the bones, but at least she can get that in there, sure. If that makes sense, you know, if you hear what I'm saying, you go to the cooperative boundary plan for Vernon and you look up the planning joint review board and you cut and paste.
Right.
And then you make it consistent so that each of them reads like all the other ones.
So this was on the agenda for discussion and possible action. I think we've had a good and constructive discussion. Thanks, Mike, for helping
Do
lead
you
us
want to
through
look at
that.
any of these other ones and see if there's anything in those that is missed in this one?
We can, if you want.
It'll take a while to look up, I can't even find, I can go to board of review and find it. I don't think you have a board of review. I think the state statute, you follow the state statute. So these are not as easy to find in your code as all the rest of them. You gotta go to the cooperative.
No, what I was getting at was, do we want to look at Summits and see if there's anything in Summit that wasn't in Richfield that we want to add into ours?
I thought you meant, something in.
Yeah, no, I
planning board
understand.
That you could go into plan commission. My head wasn't where you were.
Like I said when we started, a lot of it is duplicated, but they all have their own nuances. I mean, it's up to you guys. I went through them. I can't say that I picked out anything specific, but
I know, I went through them too, and I kinda came up with Richfield, I thought kinda came as close to what our original
All right, I'll work
thing
on
is. I mean,
Richfield.
I don't know if you disagree with me, Mike, on it or what, I don't know, there were some things on, I forget which one it was, Fox Crossing one was, that I thought was way off base, but.
Well, I would encourage everyone between now and the next time we take a look at it to do a thorough analysis to see if
Sure.
there's anything that we want to add.
But don't we have to have this done by the first?
Well, it's not going to be done by the first.
Huh?
It's not going to be done by the first.
Well, I thought that's what's required here. We had to-
Required or not, it's not going to be done. There's not enough time to get it done, and we don't have a meeting where, I mean, we're going to have a meeting where we review this. It's not going to be perfect the first time, and then it's going to have to be edited, and it's not happening by the first.
I believe you just said beginning of August, so.
We don't have an exact date because I can't tell you when the election would be, because it depends on what date. Okay, so if they have 60 days, I can look it up very quickly. If they have 60 days to file for the referendum, and they wait till the last day, that makes it a lot longer than if they file it on the first day.
Who has that?
The residents.
Oh, the residents, okay.
We should be fine in August, though, correct?
Yes, I don't wanna say that unequivocally.
So the residents could ask for a, what, if circulate a petition or something, ask for a referendum on whether or not to accept or approve the charter ordinance? Is that the essence of it?
Up or down, they don't get to tweak it, they don't get the, it's always been interpreted that they get the right.
So it would be a challenge. I mean, is that right?
No, it'd be a ratification vote.
Oh, so we have to have that.
No, it's only if they ask for a vote that you have to have a referendum. You adopt it, it goes into effect automatically 60 days, unless they ask for a vote.
I was calling that a challenge, maybe a poor choice of words, but we don't have to have a referendum to approve it.
No.
Okay.
A charter ordinance does not take effect until 60 days after its passage and publication. If within the 60-day period, a petition conforming to the requirements of 8.04 and signed by a number of electors of the city or village equal to not less than 7% of the votes cast by the city or village for governor at the last general election is filed in the office of the clerk of the city or village, demanding that the ordinance be submitted to a vote of the electors, it may not take effect until it is submitted to a referendum and approved by a majority of the electors voting in the referendum. The petition and the proceedings for submission are governed by 9.20, blah, blah, blah. So that's why it's hard for me to count, because you adopt it, they file for it on the 60th day, we're not gonna make December 1st, you know? If you adopt it, let's say August 1st, it would go into effect October 1st, but if on September 29th, they file for the referendum, we gotta hold an election, and I don't know that from September 29th to.
You can even get it queued up.
Yeah, so we may be, so all I've suggested to you and Vernon is get it done as quickly as you can, so that you find out if somebody's gonna ask for the election. Does that help, you know, trustee? I'm trying to answer the question as best I can. You can also submit it for a referendum if you have a mind to do so. But you're not gonna do that.
No. Okay, we're moving on. Is there anything more about charter ordinance? Okay, then we're gonna move to item 13P, discussion possible action on job descriptions for clerk treasurer and deputy clerk treasurer. Again, we got a lot of stuff to look at there.
Can we just go back to this just for a moment?
Sure.
I'm poking around with it and I didn't have that question. I need this in a Word doc. And I don't believe I have the ability to do it. So if somebody thinks that they do, it would be very helpful if they could do that.
It's a Word doc.
Word document so that you can
As
edit it.
opposed to a PDF.
So,
You guys are using really fancy words on me here, you
Well-
know, I just drive a tractor most of my life.
An editable document.
so if somebody thinks they can do that, they need to do that and deliver it to me.
Well, wouldn't the place be to start to ask Richfield if they've got this in Word format and give it to us?
Okay? This doesn't need to be.
John, you represent Richfield or no? That's not you?
I do.
Would they be, they tell them we like their thing so much, would they give you the Word document?
If they have it, I'm sure they'd be more than happy. They're very amenable people.
That's where I'd start.
I'm trying to figure out how to do it on the fly here. It's probably not a good use of our time, but. I mean, frankly, if I could get it in a Word doc, it would probably be easier to do it myself, based on my notes and me sitting here with recollection of what was discussed. But I can't do it without, I just do not have time to retype this whole thing from scratch.
You want me to call Richfield tomorrow and see if they got it?
Sure, that'd be great.
Thank you. Okay, we move on now to 13P.
When you respond, don't respond to the whole board. Creates a quorum.
Don't what?
When you respond, don't respond to the whole board. It creates a quorum. Like if you send it to me in an email.
Right.
Don't respond to the whole board. Or if you can't get it, don't respond to the whole board.
Okay. I was probably just gonna call you.
Well, that's fine, I just, it's a trap that sometimes.
Right.
Let's try to.
Okay, we got all kinds of stuff to look at here. I've got one question, and maybe somebody knows the answer and help me with it. I mean, I looked at one here that caught my attention, even was a Town of Waukesha Town Clerk Treasurer detailed job description that looks like it was, what, 4.5 pages long or something, that said it was effective 1995, revised 03, 07, 08, 09. Did anybody look at that? Do we
I did, look fine to me.
think that largely fits the bill?
Yeah, looked fine to me. I thought it was the best of the bunch, and it was right in our own house.
I mean, is that at least a place to start the discussion, see whether we want to tweak that at all? Does everybody know the one we're looking at or talking about?
I mean, it ends with time worked over 40 hours in a given week, maybe taking his compensating time off. We probably have to.
Yeah, I don't like that part of it so much. The rest of it's good.
I guess we know where that comes from now. It's in our own job description.
Mike, if you go to the Village of Richfield site, you can cut and paste it, and it's a Word document. I was cutting and pasting parts of it into my Word.
I'll bet you that you don't have all of the outlining functions. See, this is just a text. You know what I mean?
Right, you mean will it automatically?
Yeah, so when I hit return, it goes to B.
Yeah, you'd have to manually do all that, but I'm not sure if they had it in Word, they would do that.
Oh, if somebody knew how to use Word. Sorry.
The only other thing I'd note is tongue in cheek, if you look at it, the very first thing says, the formal hours of the town clerk are Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Maybe that kind of flies in the face of the rest of it. But we can certainly work with that.
There's other little things that need to be updated, like issuing burn permits. They just get sent now. But those are minor issues. Address tiles, address signs, so. I only circled them because I thought, well, if we're gonna update it, we should, try to squeeze all that out. what's the intention to do with this? What's the action here?
Well, I think the question is, do we need to have this document in the form in which we want it to present to applicants when we interview them, or present that to them before that? They must have looked, I'm assuming someone looked at, well, maybe they didn't, but Kathy put together this employment opportunity clerk treasurer position, and I mean, that's just an abbreviated, it's an abbreviated thing. I mean, that's in the page before that, right? Jumping around, but even when we look at the employment opportunities, it's a bit the job description, but it says experience, education, the ideal candidate will have earned or in the process of obtaining a CMC or CMTV or TW. I can be candid with you, I have no idea what that is. What is that? Does anybody know?
Which one?
Stump the stars. Under the first page, this employment opportunities.
Just a minute, I have to get that.
And there was a date on that for resumes of April 13th, 2014. But it talks about have earned in the process of obtaining a CMC or CMTW. I haven't got a clue what that is. Anybody?
CMC is Certified Municipal Clerk.
Oh. Certified Municipal Town Worker. I have no idea.
Is that a T?
TW. Where does one even get such a thing?
There's,
University of Green Bay.
yeah, there's all kinds of places you can get them.
Okay.
As for a certified municipal clerk, I mean, you can get them at, I think, most of the technical
Okay.
colleges. What was the other one, CMTW?
Right. Certified Municipal something, and maybe as treasurer.
Certified Municipal Treasurer of Wisconsin. I just clicked on a link for MATC. Would you like me to enroll you?
Clearly.
I can take care of that. You gotta,
Would you consider my candidacy if I was enrolled?
I might.
Well, there's an attractive offer. What does the position pay? More than my current position?
Probably not.
Probably not. All right, well.
Yeah, I'd have to take a cut pay.
Where do we want to go tonight? Are we going to use this one as a starting point?
Well, for what? I mean, what did we publish for the people that we've already set up to interview?
I don't know.
Well, this is for a permanent one you're talking here, right? Not interim, or is it?
Yeah, it's for,
I mean, I think for interim, we're gonna interview somebody and it's got.
so you don't even think it's that important to have that then?
For the interim?
Maybe not, yeah.
I didn't, but I guess maybe you guys are going a different direction than I thought, but
For an interim, I wouldn't.
I'm not worried about it.
It's not that, it's not that critical.
Right.
I agree with that.
For somebody that's not gonna be here past November or whatever.
Right.
Right.
I'm looking at somebody that can walk in here, do the job and put the boots on the ground and run with it instead of.
So we can assess
When we
that.
get to this point, when we're gonna hire somebody full-time, then I thought we were gonna do something like this, then get a job description together and.
But if we wanna hire somebody who can enter and hit the ground running, this is what they need to know.
I agree, and we've got somebody here, I thought, that kind of fills that, but I mean, we don't have a whole lot to pick from what I'm seeing so far.
We haven't put it anywhere.
Pardon me?
We haven't put it anywhere. I mean, I don't think it went
I
out
thought
on,
Kathy did put it out.
I don't think it went out on Indeed. I don't think it went out on Monster. I mean, with all due respect, I don't think we got much action on the front door.
No, I thought Kathy put that out on some website for.
Well, I think she went to the,
I
what is it,
think she-
Wisconsin Municipal Clerks
She did
Association.
that.
That's wherever she did
That's what we
with that.
told her to do, but I don't think it went out like where you get a lot of action.
So prior to putting out more, we should have this clarified.
Well, if you're going to do that, but by the time you get this done, it's.
Yeah, we're out of
get the
time
list
now.
in by next
Yeah, we
Friday.
haven't
For
got
the
a lot.
interim, we're out of time. We get what you get.
Right, but I mean, the interim, don't worry about this, but if it goes out again.
Sure. I don't know. I wonder if this is almost too overwhelming. If we should try to squeeze it down to 2 pages. You know, almost like a resume. I mean, if somebody walked into me with a resume like this, they'd be done. I just wonder if it's too long and if we should work to squeeze it down.
I agree.
Agendas, notices, and minutes for all meetings. Okay, so we start with the Plan Commission, Town Board, but we could probably squeeze some of that stuff out of there. And, you know, other meetings as applicable. Somebody else can type that one up.
Okay, do we need to go any further with that tonight? We all on the same page?
So what is the same page, Mr. President? What are we doing?
The same page is that this, we need to get to it, but it is not urgency. It's not imperative that we have this done before we interview candidates for the interim position. That's what I heard.
I agree with that, but I think we should assign it to somebody to tighten it up, squeeze it down, and bring it back. Or we're gonna be sitting here in November and it's gonna look exactly as it does
Okay.
now.
Anybody want that opportunity?
And leave it the way it is, I guess.
I mean, if nobody wants to do it, if this can be found, I'll take a look at it. One of the things I like on the bottom of it here is at least somebody's got a reference to where electronically this should be found. It's got file name and all that kind of stuff. I'll start, I won't promise anything, but I'll ask Kathy if she can unearth this thing in electronic file format. Maybe she already printed it from that, I don't know. Might very well be, okay? Everybody happy with that? Okay, then we are done with that. We're gonna go on to item 15, accounts payable, authorized payment of the bills. And the number I have here is payment in the amount of $42,001.99. Anybody like to make that motion?
So moved.
There's a second. Okay, moved by trustee German, second by trustee Kalinsky to authorize the payment of the bills in the amount of $42,001.99. We will take a roll call vote. Trustee Durr,
Aye.
trustee Stigler,
Aye.
trustee Kalinsky,
Aye.
trustee German,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. We are entertaining a motion to adjourn at 11:13 PM.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Stigler, second by trustee Kalinsky. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed. Passes unanimously. We are adjourned at 11:13 PM. Thank you all.